I guess we can start. Well, honorable speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and today to this session. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Venia Rekelian, and I am one of the 24 partners of the Financial Supervision and Technology Compliance project that started in 2019. A recorded version of this webinar will be available. I'd like to introduce today's first distinguished speaker, Mr. Peteris Zilgavis. Mr. Zilgavis is the head of the unit for digital innovation and blockchain in the digital single market in DG Connect, and he's the co-chair of the European Commission FinTech Task Force. He was the visiting EU fellow at St. Antony's College, University Oxford, from 2013-14, where he was an associate of the political economy of financial market programs. From 1997 to 2005, he was the deputy head of the bioethics department of the Council of Europe in its direct General of Legal Affairs. In addition, he has held various positions in the Latvian Civil Service, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Environment. He was senior environmental law advisor for the World Bank, Russian Federation Environmental Management Project, and was regional environmental specialist for the Baltic countries at the World Bank. He has been a member of the California State Bar since 1991 and completed his JD at the University of Southern California, his BA in political science at UCLA, and a high potential leadership program at Harvard Business School. A recent publication of his is the need for the innovation principle in regulatory impact assessment, the case of finance and innovation in Europe, in policy and internet, and an upcoming publication is the law and political economy of decentralized digital ecosystems. Mr. Zilgavis, thank you again for accepting our invitation, and the floor is yours. Mr. Zilgavis?
Hello.
The floor is yours.
Oh, thank you very much. I kind of jumped in immediately. I was here, then somehow was thrown out, and I'm now back in and speaking again, which is no problem. So I'm Peteris Zilgavis. I guess I was probably introduced.
Yes.
Head of unit for digital innovation and blockchain, co-chair of the FinTech Task Force. So I'd very much like to thank the organizers and compliment the FinTech project for organizing this event, and in general for your work. I mean, as we've been following, the FinTech project has very exciting use cases on big data, explainable AI, blockchain. These are very important topics for the European Commission, for the European modern economy, digital economy, but beyond the digital economy, also manufacturing 4.0, etc. And we're interested in obviously the results that you're getting in the areas of RegTech, SubTech, research, and spin-offs. This is one of the 2 spin-offs events, and we're looking forward to the one with the Bank of Italy. So to tell you a little bit about our history with FinTech and how we've come to the point where we are, I can say in all humbleness, that I've been there since the beginning, not the only person, but one of them. Somewhere around 2011, 2012, 2013. Some colleagues, including myself, noticed and started following the technology and what was the now what we could probably call DeFi philosophy, first of all, of Bitcoin. And for me, this then coalesced into a year when I was a visiting senior European Union fellow at St. Anthony's College at the University of Oxford. And among other things, I was in the virtual currencies working group, where I joke about this now. My analysis of Bitcoin, for instance, was because of the speed, the throughput, and so on. This was not going to be, at least with that design, the new MasterCard or Visa, that it was good only for speculation. Unfortunately for my let's say financial prospects, I didn't realize how good for speculation. But already at that point, I and some other colleagues were excited about the technology, not the only technology of fintech, but one of them. So I returned after a year, academic year, I returned to the European Commission, and some colleagues, especially in DG FISMA, but also in DG Connect, and myself were there at the birth of the FinTech Task Force, which was set up in 2016 by now Executive Vice President Valdis Dombrovskis and my then Commissioner Günther Oettinger. I now work for the Internal Market Commissioner Thierry Breton, who is now also responsible for this digital single market side of the FinTech Task Force. So then we started with the FinTech Action Plan, which came out a couple of years ago, and it set the stage for the developments that have now resulted in the actions that I'll tell you about. MiCA, Markets in Crypto Assets, the legislative proposal, which aims to bring all the different crypto assets out of the gray area and into legislation for, how to say, reasons that we base on long discussions with the community. Because if it was ever true, if it moves, the European Commission regulates it. This was not true now. In fact, you could say there's some probably about seven years before MiCA and Pilot came out, from the time that people in the Commission were rather seriously looking at fintech and blockchain. There were some anti-money laundering modifications to take into account crypto assets before that. But I mean, this was the first major initiative. What's exciting about it is that it's risk-based. So for the utility tokens, the let's say, global stable coins in a gradient, there's a lighter level of requirements, but at the same time, the passporting possibility is offered. So you're not just licensed and able to operate in Malta or in Estonia or Lithuania, let's say one of the jurisdictions that perhaps was quick to see the potential of this, but from those places you can, or from anywhere else, you can passport across the entire European Union. So I mean, this is, I think, exciting, making use of the consumers of the whole digital single market. Then we have Pilot, which is a regulatory sandbox plus, which will enable live testing, but also the removal of some requirements on central securities depositories for blockchain or DLT, distributed ledger technology, I should say, based market infrastructures. Then a little bit more in my side of the world, what I'm working on day to day, we have the European Blockchain Partnership, which had also been foreseen, and the European Blockchain Strategy in this FinTech Action Plan. And this is now all 27 EU member states, Norway and Liechtenstein, working together to build a European blockchain services infrastructure, one part of which is RegTech, regulatory reporting, in the tax area, led by our colleagues in DG Tax Goods, so value-added tax, customs, excise. So this is quite exciting for people who like RegTech, like I do, and see it as an opportunity for transparency, efficiency, and kind of an active regulatory innovation collaboration between the regulated and the regulators, also with feedback loops going back and forth on the way that the systems are working. Because I think in Europe, as in perhaps all developed economies, we think that consumer protection, investor protection is needed, but that it should be implemented in the least burdensome way possible. So we aim for this efficiency, and where emerging technologies like blockchain, AI, IoT, etc., can help give this efficiency, then we're happy with that. And this is also where the FinTech project comes in very nicely to assess this from an academic point of view and also a pragmatic point of view. Looking further, we're going to be setting up a regulatory sandbox 2021, 2022, which I think it's something that people are excited about, both within the commission, but also outside. I think I tweeted an announcement of this and it got like 118 likes, which it's not perhaps my record, but close to it. So it's really nice to hear that there is interest in this. And we've been operating, you can say, like a regulatory sandbox already for the EPSI, because the things that we are doing are not foreseen in legislation in principle, or more than in principle, not prohibited, but working on decentralized systems of nodes is not something that had been foreseen in various legislative initiatives of the Commission, or more or almost any of the member states, except for some of the most recent, let's say, approaches by Malta or France, for instance. So we've been working in relation to our use cases and are working in this way. But what's going to change with the regulatory sandbox in 2021 and 2022 is that we will be opening up to use cases from outside the EPSI and working with the community that wants to implement in Europe. And these can be RegTech cases of supervisors with the industry that they regulate. This might be very interesting. Or something that's, private sector reporting or private sector other things. Paying for some sort of services, utilizing maybe even a digital euro in the future, and so on. So we're interested in working with the community on that. It's been announced the budget will be going into the approval in the usual process in the Digital Europe program in the European Commission and in the Council and the Parliament. So we hope to be starting with that in the very near future, and having this being really a launching pad for some very new innovations. Other important activities are, for instance, in standards. So Technical Committee 307 on blockchain at ISO. This is essential in order to have also a seamless technological interface with blockchain initiatives in other parts of the world. Sometimes we're using perhaps the same protocol layer, so it's easier, but also between blockchains and perhaps between different use cases, because the data that might be being exchanged and so on does require various feedbacks and perhaps adjustments. And that's something that is also on our table. And so we're moving forward, as I mentioned, the legislative proposals on MiCA and on Pilot are also in the negotiated procedure at, not the negotiated procedure, but the normal procedure, ordinary procedure, legislative procedure at the Council and the Parliament right now. And so we hope that those will come into force and that this will be the basis for a great deal of FinTech innovation. And then it's interesting to see the interface. Pilot, obviously, with the market infrastructures, the regulated market infrastructures, but the interface with the regulators, with the supervisors. And again, it's going to be, I think I see some of the speeches that are coming after me, some of the presentations that particularly on the crypto assets, the cryptocurrencies, which is something that any of us who watch the space know that this is obviously booming right now. But anytime that you have a boom in the stock market or in areas like crypto, you do have the potential for abuses. You do have the potential for various activities, as we know from the financial crisis of 2008 in the traditional financial area, that afterwards you have drops. So this is an area that does need to be supervised, and of course to protect the investor and the consumer as well. So this is an area where I think there's a lot of potential for the collaboration with projects with academia, like the FinTech project right now. Artificial intelligence in finance and FinTech, really an area going forward. Great potential to put more power in the hands democratically of the citizen investor who is not super wealthy and a private bank client, but wants to invest for him or herself in whatever markets, whether traditional or crypto and so on. And might be being able to make use of a robo-advisor. Of course, there are things like with any technology or anything, as someone who's worked in risk management, it's never risk zero that can go wrong. So a light supervision is needed, and the protection of the consumer and the investor interest. And again, this is an area that with RegTech, SubTech, we can find solutions that reach the goals that we want in innovative ways while keeping the burden on the market participants low for the investor or the small investor, as well as those who are handling those investments in the markets. So with that, I think I'm coming to the end of my time, and I don't want to keep you from the following very, very interesting presentations, but please keep your eye out for when MiCA markets and crypto assets and pilot come into force. Keep an eye out for opportunities that will be open for innovation procurement in the European blockchain services infrastructure. We'll have some research calls as well on utilizing blockchain for decentralized data management, a little bit going into the future. This can, of course, be in the financial area. There can be great interaction with the financial data space, something else that we have coming up. And we're also looking at the possibility on legislative initiatives to enable self-sovereign identity and also non-fragmented use of smart contracts across the EU, the digital single market, in the upcoming years. So with that, I'll end my presentation, and thank you very much for your attention. And I'm looking forward to hearing from the other esteemed speakers and hearing more from the FinTech project today.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I have just a quick question. Do you see differences between US and Europe in terms of FinTech and regulation or the expansion?
Well, yes. I mean, then this can be also a whole lecture in and of itself. I mean, of course, the US, with the way that they classify crypto assets, for instance, with the Howey test, they are throwing a much, much wider net than we are. Mm-hmm. In other aspects, I mean, I think they are open to innovation as we are. The CFTC, the Commodities Futures Trading Commission, has opened the Innovation Lab, I mean, some years ago with Jeff Bandman and then Daniel Gorfine. And then it's under new management now. The Federal Reserve is looking at a digital dollar. I didn't mention the European Commission and the European Central Bank announced our common technical policy and legal assessment of a digital euro for the beginning of the year. I'm among the people involved in that work. So I think with some substantial differences in approach, the pro-innovation, the enabling FinTech idea is common. And we have, I think, some interesting discussions coming up, I think, especially at the G20 under the Italian presidency.
Thank you again, Mr. Zilgavis. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So our next speaker is Professor Wolfgang Hartl. Well, I tried to find a short CV. It was really very difficult, but I tried very hard to summarize just because we have some time limitations. Otherwise, I should speak about him for days. Okay, so Professor Hartl has been director of the chair of statistics at the Department of Economics and Business Administration at the Humboldt University since 1992. He was coordinator of the DFG Collaborative Research Center economic risk from 2005 until 2016. He currently heads the DFG International Research Training Group, high dimensional non-stationary time series joint project with German University in China. His articles have been published in prestigious top-rated international journals, and the citations of them are more than 35,000. From my side, I would like to say that he's a brilliant mind and a very hard-working person. Professor Hadl, thank you very much for joining us and for doing this opening together. The floor is yours. You may share your screen.
Thank you very much, Winnie. This is very nice, the introduction, but I cannot share the screen because you don't enable me to share the screen for the moment. So while you are working on the technical side, let me thank you for this wonderful opportunity to give a talk here. And I would also like to thank the speaker before me. He introduced very smoothly this strategy that we will see at the end of the year more e-yuan, e-euros, and e-dollars maybe. Today I will show you the paper that I wrote with Raphael Reule, who is also in the audience, and Campbell Harvey, who is a professor of finance in Duke University. And it is about understanding cryptocurrencies. And just recently, also it was very short and correct what Veni introduced, just recently we have been able to create a so-called blockchain research center. It's this second symbol on the upper right, together with the University of Zurich. Yeah. But I'm also affiliated with Charles University. I'm also a part-time professor there, and at the Taiwanese University. And this is the symbol of our international research training group. So what is cryptocurrencies? Of course, it sounds like asset, money. Of course, this brings us to the question, what is the role of money? Yeah, if you look it up in Wikipedia, it will tell you it's an allocation of a scarce, appropriable resource. In early days, it was gold or pearls. Then came fiat money, as the euro, for example. And now we have an algorithmic way that is based on trust and consensus and on distributed networks. And an example of that is the creation of cryptocurrencies, and we see that as the new gold or as a possible way to solve some very imminent problems of financial inclusion. In fact, if you look at the map of the world that I show here on the left-hand side, I assume you can see all this screen, yeah? I have this from McKinsey and Company, that the status is that 1.7 billion, this is a lot of people, adults lack an account, right? They have the money in their pocket, more or less, but they don't have a bank account. They are, as we say, underbanked. And that reason is that there's financial illiteracy, corruption, suboptimal governance, etc. And if you look at the development in the first world, where we have the mainframe, PCs, internet, social media, and now the blockchain, and we look at this parallel to the smartphone ownership, that is the only thing you need to hold a wallet of, say, cryptos, you can see the possibility of really solving this unbanked problem. Traditionally, we work with an intermediary, yeah, and this intermediary can cost you, say, a transfer from Israel to Europe. It can cost you 1/3 of the $300 that is sent to you. So on your account, you will just have $200 because it goes through different intermediaries, actually, not counting the exchange rate, of course. Now, with the blockchain technology and cryptocurrencies, we have a permissionless, decentralized 24/7 service. And where did it start? It started around the corner. I'm sitting here on the Spree in Berlin. It started in Berlin. 10 years ago, a very famous bar, the Room 77, offered that you can pay in Bitcoin. They closed it now because of COVID, and I think maybe they closed it also because they have enough Bitcoins, but it started there. So then it surfaced as a possibility to pay. Many more companies joined the Bitcoin or the cryptocurrencies digitization for zero, call it a revolution. And in this talk and in this paper, I would like to give you some ideas that go beyond the James Dimon quotation here that cryptocurrencies are for murderers, drug dealers, and North Korean, which he actually quoted 2 weeks after his daughter said in Newsweek she has 2 or 3 Bitcoins. Yeah, and Christine Lagarde also saw this vision that Bitcoin might help us, and the technology beyond the blockchain technology might help us in solving a lot of, for example, financial inclusion problem, but also supply chain possibility, open supply chain possibilities. But what is it about? We need to exit the nerd space somehow. So we have seen several institutional incentives from the ECB. We know also that COPA, DB, Bundesblock, etc. They work on reducing risk, provide chances, and present opportunities for financial discovery. But what can we do? I'm an academic. What can we do scientifically? We can ask ourselves, what is the reason for the rise of the internet, of the interest in CCs? Can it really be part of Industry 4.0? So which blockchain applications have a chance to survive? Where can you implement your problem on a blockchain, which is nothing else, IT speaking, as nothing else than a maintain sequential database that is immutable? And I will come to this immutability during my talk in the next few slides. So we have to ask, what are the difference between the variants? There's proof of stake, there's proof of work, and does it open for us academics new research areas, and does it evolve the cryptocurrency research? So we have to look, and since Veni is from Greece, I thought we'd take this high priestess of the Oracle of Delphi here. We have to look at myth versus fact. What are we actually dealing with, right? Do I have really money in my wallet, or do I have just an address? Is it haptic? Can I touch it? How does it work? And why and how to, why is this network maintained? Yeah, and how can European Central Bank maintain it? Will it be a private blockchain? Will it be a German blockchain? In 2019, I made a statement in China. I said the nations and states are no longer defined through passport and the same language. They are defined through a society of individuals that can maintain their own data pool. Yeah. So how do they develop their target pools, and how can this be researched? That is what I'm showing you. So 6 minutes left on my talk, and so I have another 14 minutes to go through these 7 other chapters here. So blockchain groundwork, blockchain mechanism, crypto markets, chance, risk, and opportunities. Okay, this is what I will show you. The transition from homeostasis that you saw on this world map is a problem that has been attacked a long time ago by paper money, fiat money. Nowadays, we do algorithmic proof, but how is this working? Yeah, currently we are doing it with a centralized system because we're a central bank, or can do it totally decentralized. But the idea of blockchain is to do it in a distributed network, to employ consensus, trust, and give incentives for participation. And in all my talk, you will find this wonderful quantlet sign that Veni has probably also mentioned. If you click on that, I think I can give you'll find the talk on the internet. In any case, then you will come to a repository that shows you how to make all these graphics and can all redo this analysis. This is called transparency in FinTech, which I am part of this new cost European FinAI project, where we publish the algorithms and codes, of course. But this idea of consensus and solving consensus in a distributed network is actually very old. It is, again, going back to Greek language and to a Greek system of finding a consensus, the so-called paxos consistens, and agreeing on one results. And from a, say, a game theoretic point of view, it's a very old problem. The IT point of view came later with Haber, Stonetta, where they thought about how can I make sure that when I send an email over the net, it goes through many channels, it goes through many satellites. How can I make sure that the recipient actually gets the mail that I exactly want to have? And that works with a little thing that's called hash. And blockchain, for example, uses the secure hash algorithm, which gives you the maximal input of 264. This is a huge number. This is, I guess, zillions of Bibles, plus the Quran, plus any other book, plus the Library of Congress, you can put into one single 64 number, but you cannot go back. It's a so-called trapdoor function. So this hash is enormous. And in fact, if you like a little bit of sport, if you assume that one bit, yeah, so I'm talking about the Library of Congress, etc., corresponds to 1 square millimeter, you can actually cover so and so many soccer fields. This is too high, this number. I cannot spell it out for you. But essentially, you can cover 36,000 times the surface of the Earth with the theoretical input size if you make this assumption from 1 bit to 1 square millimeter. Now, the nice thing is, I said Bible, Quran, and I said the Library of Congress. You just change a little symbol here in this hash code, like E or a character to hello, from hello to hello, you get a completely different 64 letters output. And that here's the R code if you want to do it. It's just a 2-liner, yeah. And this is exactly what Haber Stonetta thought. So what you do is you send an email message and you send parallel a hash code, and then the recipient does the same thing. He takes the email message, puts it into the hash code is identical. You know, we are talking about the original, say, block or email. Yeah? The idea of a blockchain now is to put things together in a chain together with hashes. So how does this work? Yeah. So suppose here is the Bible. Yeah. Or a ledger, like my transfer that I mentioned from Israel to Berlin, from Jerusalem to Berlin. Yeah, it's somewhere here. And then it calculates a hash of this whole block, can be very big block. Yeah, and this hash then is part of the next block. And that makes it, in fact, immutable and makes it very, very safe. And this kind of transfer will be done with a so-called nonce. I come later to that. And there's a competition in making these blocks that unfortunately also consumes electrical energy. But there's a competition. But this competition in the end, in this distributed network, yeah, allows to control us, human beings, because we make error humanum est, yeah, because controls allow quarrelsome species ill-suited to organization larger than tribes to work together on vast project. That is from a quotation from Nick Szabo on smart contracts. So we can only build a new financial fintech system, manufacturing jumbo jets or running hospitals, if we are work together on contract with controls. And these controls are given by, for example, different hash codes that make this system of ledgers stable. Yeah. So a broad classification I give you here, this would go into too much details. Let me just show you why it is unchangeable. Unchangeable it is because we cannot rewrite the history. Yeah. So if you change here a ledger from Alice to Bob, you will see in the next block you don't get the same hash code, and then you cannot accept this history. Yeah. To be a little bit biological, the genes of the cryptos are all the same. They are all blockchain based, but they have different architectures on the block time. Bitcoin usually takes 10 minutes, Litecoin 2.5 minutes, Ethereum in 10 seconds. And actually today you have code, you can look this up in our Berlin classroom notes on data, digital economy and decision analytics, we made our own coin. We called it, of course, CRIX. I will come to that later. But it's really easy for students to make coins, so you can give rewards to the students in terms of coins, and they can change it into other resources. Okay. Now, the differences between the constructions depend on what we want to do with it. Ripple, for example, is more for bankers, and it also depends on the proof of work, proof of stake, proof of brain. These are details that I don't want to show you, but you can see that everything is based on this trust in the hash algorithm, and this trust in hash algorithms and or in the architecture can also be put into a network architecture where you see that the returns in exchange to US dollar in coinmarketcap.com, for example, you can see how the coins exchange into dollars, how this is reflected, this trust in the architecture or the proof of mechanism or the type of algorithm. You can see it in the volatility or the returns of cryptocurrencies. Now, why are actually people participating in this? They are participating because you get money. Yeah. So you, after winning what I said, this little transfer, you can call it the race for the next block, you are creating a fitting hash to chain the blocks. And that works as follows. You have this nonce, you saw this picture before, and this nonce is an arbitrary number. Yeah, call it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then you create the next block with this nonce. So you add a funny number. Yeah, the next block is, because there's a previous hash plus the new hash for that block, that will be a function of this funny number. And if this new hash has a certain structure, for example, many leading zeros, that is the Bitcoin idea here. So then you have here 357 computers that run a new hash. This one will win because it has the maximum of leading zeros. And then this guy gets to create the next block, and he gets rewarded in terms of the cryptocurrency, the Bitcoin. That's all the construction of Bitcoin, for example, and others work very similar. But for that, you would need to pool computing power. Yeah. If you look at the early days of computing, and you make this, when you look at this Moore's law, you can see that the fastest computer at my time, I'm an old horse sort of, the fastest supercomputer was 85 to 990. And today we have the Summit computer from China, but the computers at the old times looked like that. And you can all watch this at the Computer Museum, which we created. You can, when you come to Berlin, we have in the center, in the old Schloss Castle, we have now the Computer Museum of the Humboldt University. You can see those computers. If you look at the flops, yeah, that you need, in fact, 2020, we have 442 petaflops. Petaflops are fantastic numbers here, and the $1 million computer Cray 2 had only 1.9 gigaflops, so really dimensions below that. Yeah, this is just to the translation of this computer, and this is the translation of that computer, but of course that's Japanese. But let's look at how we actually went to the moon in computing power. This is the Apollo 11 guidance circuit. So with this machine, it will take you 1.5 seconds to actually make a new hash from this pure hash algorithm. Yeah. But today with your iPhone, you can do it like that. But the iPhone is not enough. You need something like that. That's a Bitcoin mining farm in 2019 in China, where you use chips that are called, or chip constructions that are called Antminer. Yeah, has nothing to do with the Ant Finance. It's just Antminer. Right? In a few years ago, one used the NVIDIA chip or the AMD graphical chips to create new. This is all this running game for creating the next block. Bitcoin is the leader. It uses this proof of work, creating the new block. Everybody can see, aha, this guy, this computer has this address, has the correct new hash. So we'll go for it, and the computer is rewarded. Yeah. Of course, you might see also some systemic risk because you have sometimes high liquidity. There's the market share is very unequal. I have read that about 2% of the Bitcoin owners have value-wise, liquidity-wise, a huge, enormous amount of Bitcoins. They come from the early days. So we'll see how this stabilizes over time. Now, from an academic point of view, as a possible investment, you could try to go to the CRIX. The CRIX is our cryptocurrency index that we have created. Let me see, it should be somewhere here under the statistics of machine learning, which is our conference in Prague. But let me go to the CRIX. The CRIX, where are you? This is our cryptocurrency index, yeah? And you can see it just on these addresses, either on CRIX Berlin, and you can study returns, you can do research with it. It is decomposed in the moment of about 20 cryptocurrencies, adjusted every 3 months by Akaiki's information criterion. If you compare it with gold, etc., I refer to the paper with Campbell Harvey and Raphael Reule. Interestingly is that you see when Corona came, you have this drop on Bitcoin, Ripple, and of course also in Ethereum, but you didn't have it so much in the gold and S&P 500. If you all start at, say, common point, you have the interesting adversarial moves from Bitcoin to VIX. Again, this is not so super important unless you would like to create a portfolio of the components like Ripple, Gold, and Bitcoin and ETH. We have also created on this page the CRIX. We have created the VCRIX, that's the volatility of cryptocurrencies. Now, actually, we see this volatility coming in here. And now, actually, we can look at derivatives, futures. That since January 13th last year, we have the possibility to invest into contingent claims based on Bitcoins. Again, here we have the Corona dip. And if you look at the distribution, this is interesting for financial econometricians. They will be happy because they can say, hey, this is no longer gold. It becomes a real financial asset. It has the same properties like skewness, kurtosis. Let's do Garch and whatever on it. And this is what you see. If you try to do Garch, it is not so super good. It has actually jumps. And where are these jumps coming from? And are we getting more normal? For that reason, I would like to show you a film that Daniel Pele from ASE in Romania has done. You will see here, I hope you hear the noise, the music also. This is, you see here in a tail factor, moment factor, you see a new coin coming in that becomes more and more normal. And that means more and more a normal asset. That's actually the Neo coin that has been created by the Chinese government. I have 1 minute left, I think. So let me come to the derivative market quickly. We work together on CRIX with a Luxembourg-based hedge fund company. We have the econometrics of CRIX, and the econometrics of CRIX led us to believe we actually have jumps. And you can see these jumps kicking in according to news, right? This is the same, this is also visible in the VCRIX, and this is the only formula I really show. You have to use a model which is called SVCJ, stochastic volatility correlated jumps. These are the jump components that make it possible to price options on CRIX. We are not alone. There are other indices. For example, here you have an index called CRIX, but they say that's our CRIX, but they have a F5 index, and they say they are better, but now actually we are beating them by our models. The reason is that we have these jumps. We introduce these jumps. And where do these jumps come from? This is work by Cassie Chen, now in Glasgow, where she looked at the CRICS and sentiments. And you can see when you look at daily CRICS returns and daily stock twit sentiment, and seeing these words on Twitter or on stock twits, yeah, you can actually use the sentiment weight to predict jumps. Okay, I have 30 seconds left, and so let me come to the Bitcoin futures here, how to download data. I showed you that on the CRIC side. We have this blockchain research center together with University of Zurich. You find also there the quantlets, you find the financial risk meter. Veni will work with me on financial risk meters very soon. You have a fantastic data pool. And let me just show you at the end that they are alternative methods, initial coin offerings as grant scale funding. There is a role of energy, of course. You can use it in gaming industry. You can also, this is no longer the actual in SAC we trust note here, but there are very important messages for you, namely, what are we dealing with? I did that. Why and how participate? Because they make money. How do they develop? That was the enmetric part. I showed you a little bit of research, but always keep in mind, listen to the myths, but reach for the facts. That's what Pythia said. And that brings me to the end. She's here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It was a fantastic presentation, as always. So please, I will ask Labrini Zarbala from University of Piraeus to moderate the next session.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank Ms. Sarah Kilian for inviting me to chair a session on a topic which has recently received considerable attention. Today, we'll approach digital currencies from 4 different perspectives, and we will start with Frida Gustafsson from University of Göteborg, who will give us an answer on cryptocurrencies homogeneity. So, Frida, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And I hope you can see my screen here.
Yes.
Yes. Perfect. Okay, so this is a joint work. So I'm Frida Gustafsson, and I've written this article together with Elias Bengtsson. And we'll be talking about homogeneity among cryptocurrencies. Does it exist or not? We are preparing some updates to this research. So just to let you know that I will present the current status of it, but you can foresee some changes in the future. So first of all, what we're looking at is, so cryptocurrencies are fiat currencies with no commodity-backed value. So there's no central authority that guarantees the value. This in turn has a lot of implications when it comes to supply and demand for cryptocurrencies. So the rules governing supply will be determined before the initial launch of the cryptocurrency, since they have to be written into the code. This also makes initial design choices or architecture of a cryptocurrency very important. And when it comes to demand, so there's no actual value backing a cryptocurrency, which means that the demand is mainly driven by its perceived value in future exchanges. And this make the choices of target audience or potential use cases for a cryptocurrency very important. So what we do see, if we look at the details or looking at the design choices among cryptocurrencies, there's a large variation in how tokens are created, how they are distributed, how are transactions validated. And looking more on the demand side, we can see what's the target market or what's the token being used for. So despite all this diversity, what we see in the research is that most of the theoretical and empirical research have focused strongly on Bitcoin. And we have only a limited set of studies distinguishing between the different cryptocurrencies. This in turn brought us to our considerations or the aim of our current research, to look into are cryptocurrencies in fact homogeneous, and how does the different demand and supply related determinants influence the returns of cryptocurrencies? Can we, by looking at these determinants, understand the sources of potential heterogeneity, if they exist? And we wanted to look at this. So after surveying the literature, we have identified a list of determinants from the Bitcoin literature. And we want to apply these to a larger sample with 12 cryptocurrencies. So overarching hypothesis is that cryptocurrencies are heterogeneous with respect to determinants of returns. And we have divided this into several sub-hypotheses, but I will tell you a bit more about that in a bit. First, I want to give you a kind of a brief introduction to what model we are using. So we can consider a very large number of variables in all the determinants and in all the cryptocurrencies here. So we need a model that that can handle this large data set, but can also reduce the complexity of it. So we applied the lasso model since it helps us in shrinking or setting some of the coefficients to 0, which reduces the variance of the prediction. So just for a simple comparison, you can think of this as, once we have run the lasso, we can see what the optimal model is to explain the returns of a cryptocurrency. And then what we do when we evaluate homogeneity is that we compare these optimal models in terms of variable selection, direction of impact, the relative importance of potential determinants, etc. So we look for similarities across design choices or architecture, and also if we can find similarities across time periods following the structural breaks identified in Bitcoin. So the data ranges from 2nd October 2013 to 1st of April 2019. But for each of the cryptocurrency, it obviously starts at the time of implementation. You can see the full sample listed in the table here with abbreviations used and date of implementation. And we've picked the top 10 cryptocurrencies ranked either by market capitalization or liquidity measured as total exchange volume. So this leaves us with a final sample of 12 of the cryptocurrencies with the largest user base, which in turn also helps us reduce the random noise in the prices. So dependent variable is cryptocurrency returns. We take our data from Coinmetrics. When it comes to the independent variables, we are looking at the different options for determinants of returns. So we have the cryptocurrency specific and not cryptocurrency specific variables. So to give you a bit more detail or an overview, when we talk about cryptocurrency specific variables, these are in some way characteristics of a cryptocurrency. So it can be about the tokens in circulation or technical factors, the network's effects for one of the cryptocurrencies. And by comparison, if we talk about the not cryptocurrency specific variables, then these are these take on the same value regardless of which cryptocurrency we are looking at. So we've divided the potential determinants into these categories, and I'll walk you through them one by one. We also have a few sub-hypotheses, and I'll highlight our main findings. So let's start from tokens in circulation. So given that supply is, the rules for supply is already determined at the launch of the cryptocurrency, which also means that a cryptocurrency will be exogenous to its own pricing mechanism. And this in turn means that we can look at what happens when there's changes of numbers in tokens in circulation. Does this impact returns or not? And what we see here is that during the crash period, the circulating supply is very relevant for explaining returns for Bitcoin, Litecoin, and Ethereum Classic. But when we look at the recent time period, it only stays relevant for Bitcoin and Monero. So we also see a little bit of Bitcoin standing out here. So a higher supply for Bitcoin leads to a higher return, whereas this impact is negative for Litecoin, Ethereum Classic, and Monero. So from this, we can also say broadly that the number of tokens in circulation is only relevant when we look at cryptocurrencies sharing characteristics such as supply that rise up to cap or having a proof of work design. What is also interesting is to consider the technical factors, and in particular, if it can be considered that technologies differ in their ability to provide efficient transactions. So as mentioned before, the hash rate is very important for cryptocurrencies, and we wanted to look deeper into how this impacts returns. So we use a measure calculated by Coinmetrics, average difficulty, and this is a measure for proof of work blockchains on how hard it is to solve the hash function in order to find a new block. So it's a quantification or proxy for hash power. And in the analysis of this, we find that the hash rate is relevant for a lot of the cryptocurrencies. And we mainly see a positive effect, which remains positive through all 3 time periods for Ethereum and Ethereum Classic. But it's also relevant for Litecoin and Monero in the crash period and Bitcoin in the recent period. And for all of these, we're seeing this kind of positive impact on returns. So this similarity in sign on the curves over time suggests to us that there is actually some homogeneity among cryptocurrencies. Unfortunately, we only have data available for cryptocurrencies that have a proof of work design, which also coincides with having generic target markets. So a bit of more data would be very nice here. Well, one of the things we're considering. So monetary velocity is essentially a measure of the usefulness of a cryptocurrency, so how fast it passes from one owner to the next. And here we wanted to look at exchange volume. So this is the dollar value of the volume of each cryptocurrency at major exchanges such as GDAX and Bitfinex. Unfortunately, it does not include data on over-the-counter exchanges and trading platforms, but it still gives us some important insights. So again, we find that Bitcoin does stand out a little bit. So it has a negative impact in the crash period for Bitcoin, but it's positive and relevant for the other cryptocurrencies in the crash period. So Litecoin, recent period, and also in the current period for NEO. So when we consider network effects, one of the things we would consider is the first mover advantage, which means that the older cryptocurrencies should have already established a larger market share, which in turn would give them an advantage. So that should increase demand for these. We look at this by comparing across years of implementation for the cryptocurrencies. And what we do find is that there seems to be some differences in returns. For example, looking at hash rate and the impact of this as a competitive advantage. In particular, in the first very early time period, the older cryptocurrencies tend to have more variables that are relevant in explaining their returns. What we also see is that later on, this effect diminishes, and for more recent cryptocurrencies, there's less variables that are relevant and common in explaining the returns in the crash period. So we are seeing more similarities among the early cryptocurrencies, and it seems to be more unique the later entries on the market. Another potential consequence of network effects would be the move towards one strong currency. So we could see a winner-takes-all race, or if one cryptocurrency becomes very strong and they would be interested in shifting, we could see more of a substitution effect away from For example, if a bubble is expected, we could see a substitution effect moving from it. So here we looked at lagged values, so the impact of returns of other cryptocurrencies, but on a very short time horizon. So we find that there's a lot of variations in relevance over time, and the impact, whether it's positive or negative, suggests a highly integrated market. There's a lot of interaction and interdependencies. We also find that in the early stages of the cryptocurrency market, we have Bitcoin showing signs of being a leader of a winner-takes-all race. But this later shifts, it turns more into substitution effects and interaction among cryptocurrencies. So there's no clear-cut winner-takes-all race that lasts all the way through the 3 time periods. More likely, we're seeing movements on a very liquid market. So substitution effects likely depends on the current relative popularity of the cryptocurrencies as well. So one very common theoretical, well, speculation is definitely an element when it comes to demand for cryptocurrencies. So we wanted to evaluate different aspects of this, both in terms of if it's pure speculation or if it's used for hedging. So one we choose to look at investor sentiment and proxies this by Google searches. And we find that it's quite relevant for some of the cryptocurrencies. And it's generally positive, but it's not a conclusive. It's not always positive. So mixed results. Then we also looked at more classical hedges, so policy uncertainty and SIBO volatility indexes. And here we find that it's really a mixed image. So the impacts and uncertainty varies between positive and negative. And I'm a little bit short on time, so I'll jump quicker. Also looking at exchange rates and gold price, there's no clear-cut image. And looking at overall macroeconomic and financial conditions, overall it varies, but if the cryptocurrency is used for applications, it's a more positive impact from the American stock index. And quick conclusion. So we do find that cryptocurrencies are heterogeneous. And design choices do matter, and they can definitely help provide some explanations for the effects of different determinants. We also find that Bitcoin displays several distinguishing traits. So it's not likely that we should see it as a representative cryptocurrency. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Frida. Any questions to Frida? Okay, so we will move to our next speaker, which is Prof. Georgios Panos. Georgios is a professor of finance at the University of Glasgow, working on issues of responsible finance and business. Last year has been voted as at the Poets and Quants top 40 under 40 MBA professor. So congratulations, Georgios. His current work works on financial technology, financial literacy, financial and social inclusion, and he's one of the most influential researchers on this field. Today, his speech concerns financial literacy, and attitudes to cryptocurrencies.
Thank you very much, Labreni. Thank you, Veni, and thanks to the previous speakers for the very interesting presentations. Can you hear me okay to begin with? Great. That's a good starting point. I will share my screen, hopefully successfully. And probably Labrini or Veni will need to interrupt me at some point because I tend to be terrible with time. So
don't worry at all.
At whichever point my time is up, just let me know. So this is joint work with Tatja Karkainen at the University of Glasgow and Adele Atkinson, formerly at the OECD. And basically we're trying to contribute to two literatures. The outcome of that is that sometimes our findings are liked a lot by people in the financial literacy literature and not liked so much necessarily by people in the cryptocurrency literature. However, I must say that from a responsible finance viewpoint, I think we're trying to basically alert, if you wish, people in this particular market, in the cryptocurrency market, regarding some of the potential pitfalls in this market that have to do with the demand side. I mean, while the supply side of cryptocurrencies can be explained to someone in 5 minutes, blockchain technology and how it works, and essentially how the cryptocurrency, how the Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies essentially is produced, we seem to know so far much less regarding the demand side of cryptocurrencies, and this is where this paper is trying to contribute. So very often, I will pass briefly through the motivation in this literature on financial literacy. At least we're talking about an economic landscape that has people in charge of the financial well-being. This was always in case, of course, with people's financial affairs. However, there are all the challenges in financial markets, the pension landscape, the labor markets, the political sphere, where people essentially need to make choices, and they need to make informed choices based on the understanding of their personal and household finances to begin with, but also additional dimensions and sometimes more complicated dimensions. Financial technology has come to essentially this already challenging landscape of personal finances to offer more opportunities, potentially, but also essentially from some viewpoints also entailing complexity. It is likely to essentially require a different level of knowledge or another level of knowledge added to people's skills. So the FinTech era initiated with all the changes or opportunities and challenges this has involved. And arguably, although many people can trace the initiation of the FinTech era in many different dimensions or many different developments, our viewpoint was essentially that the emergence of the FinTech era probably coincided around 2009 with the emergence of the Bitcoin, which was a digital or cryptocurrency relying on cryptography and blockchain. And ever since 2010, investment in FinTech has shot up to from 2 billion to 90 billion, and even much greater number today, accelerating transformation. So as of today, we know that, I think that was at least a month ago in Google search. Every time I Google, this number becomes a multiple. So at least until a month ago, there were approximately 5,392 cryptocurrencies being traded with a total market cap of around 400 billion, which probably has to do with the fact that the Bitcoin had picked up in its prices. Just to get a comparative benchmark, in July 2018, when we were probably in the beginning of this work or in early stages of this work, there were around 1,800 cryptocurrencies with a market cap that was much less than 300 billion. So the number obviously changes fast from year to year. Essentially, Bitcoin entails around half of that total market capitalization, and we have the emergence of some 300 crypto funds, which are hedge funds that invest solely in cryptocurrencies and attract around 10 billion in assets under management. At least half of them are active crypto funds. The other half are trackers, basically tracking the change in prices of the major cryptocurrencies. And then in 2018, we had also the commencement of trading, essentially of Bitcoin futures, catering to institutional demand for trading and hedging the Bitcoin. The figure of the prices, I'm pretty sure you're all familiar with. And then at the right-hand side of this graph that doesn't show, there's again the second peak at the price of the Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the one with the blue line at the top. This is the market cap, actually, not the price. It's the market cap of cryptocurrencies, the 10 major cryptocurrencies. Bitcoin obviously has the highest market capitalization and accounts for around half of that. I'm also sure you're familiar with the volatility pictures where, again, the Bitcoin compared to other asset classes such as real estate, stocks, gold, bonds, and cash obviously entails much higher volatility. This is also the case compared with many currencies, with the exception of the Turkish lira towards the end of our sample period, which also entailed high volatility. So essentially, high price variation, a lot of volatility, which are interesting to think about as starting facts when it comes to considering where does the demand come from and what that is it comprised of. Looking at the potential components of the demand, essentially, we know that essentially regulators such as the Bank of England's central banker have publicly expressed a lot of concerns about cryptocurrencies. Looking at the components of the demand, there's a recent evidence that we found very influential around 2019, the Review of Financial Studies by Fall and his co-authors were using some very sophisticated IT programs. They managed to not break the anonymity of the Bitcoin, but they managed to essentially merge transactions that were coming from the same individuals. Even anonymously, they were able to find out if transactions are from the same individuals. In the inquiry, they found that around half, or some 46% of Bitcoin transactions, essentially involved illegal activity that had to do with from pornography to drugs, and you name it, essentially. So the evidence there suggests that around half of that market is essentially illegal activity. That's fact number one. Fact number two is that we have the crypto funds, which are around 300, with at least half of them being active, who are likely to be the sophisticated players in this market that basically can move, can basically take positions involving large amounts of money. What we're trying to complement the literature with in this paper is the third, what we consider the potential third segment of this market, the remaining individuals, the everyday individuals that you are not able to basically see or to observe without any thorough inquiry using surveys that are likely to comprise the third segment of this market. If half of that market comprises of people interested in illegal affairs, a second big part of the market comprises of crypto funds that are like hedge funds and are likely to essentially entail sophisticated investors. We are trying to cater to the remaining segment of this market. The question if we should care about this and if this is important is something that basically I think I don't have to explain to this audience. We had to explain it in many other conferences, but if we consider essentially new notions entailing stable coins that could be available to the wider public through a social medium like Facebook, or if we consider views regarding the emergence of central bank digital currencies, which are not necessarily the same as cryptocurrencies, but they are likely to involve some common features, we should care about it, because things that at the moment might be seen like operating at an experimental scale, but later on becoming available to the wider public, we should at least be able to know how much the rest of the public knows about them and how much the rest of the public is able to process with them. So our question is, who buys or who engages in cryptocurrencies? In order to answer this question, we started from one survey of microdata from 15 countries that the ING provided us with from the ING Global Banking Survey in 2018. That dataset had a lot of interesting questions on cryptocurrencies. It did not have a financial literacy proxy. We had to create one externally based on merging the sample with data from the S&P 2015 Global Financial Literacy Survey based on gender, age, and income group. So essentially our first exercise uses microdata from 15 countries and relies on a financial literacy proxy from an external database. We examine attitudes to cryptocurrencies in terms of owning, intending to own, not intending to own, and not having heard of cryptocurrencies in 4 categories. Now, obviously, the caveat of this first exercise is that our financial literacy proxy is external. It measures the perceived or the expected level of financial literacy of somebody of a certain age group, a certain income group, and a certain gender in a certain country. We needed a second survey for external validity with an internal financial literacy proxy, and we managed to find this based on demand by the referees using a custom survey of investors from the OECD in 2018 as well, namely the OECD Consumer Insights Survey on Crypto Assets, which we co-developed jointly with the OECD. We attempt to examine the relationship between financial literacy and attitudes to cryptocurrencies, and then we're looking at the moderating mechanisms of this relationship, if there is any such relationship. Moderators are likely to be digital literacy or technological literacy, age, if cryptocurrencies appeal to certain groups but not in others, financial advice, and then our expected proxy or our preferred moderator, if you wish, would be perceptions regarding risk and reward, because we expect that people who are financially literate, they perceive risk and reward in a way that would be closer to what the theory would tell us or what we would want to see. At the final stage, we examine whether the present biased who are more financially literate are more likely to fight urges to invest in a risky asset class or not. I won't bother you with the review of the financial literacy literature. There's all sorts of evidence showing that financial literacy contributes to many things: stock market participation and participation in other financial markets. But an early evidence related to ours, Glaser and his co-authors find strong indications that especially uninformed users approaching digital currencies are not primarily interested in an alternative transaction system, but seek to participate in an alternative investment vehicle. The survey I will need to skip. I will only mention that globally in the ING survey, and we have weights that make the data nationally representative, or as close to nationally representative as one can have a survey, we have around 9.3% of individuals investing or owning some type of cryptocurrency, an additional 14.1% intending to own it in the future, 42.4% not intending to own, and another 34% not having heard of cryptocurrencies at any point in time. There are variations across country. We see Turkey having a great number of owners, 17.7, which might have to do with the volatility of the Turkish lira in recent times. Other countries that have benchmarks above 10% are Romania, Poland, Spain, and that's about it. Our second survey with the internal proxy that I mentioned from the OECD has 3 countries that are not included in our first sample. It has Malaysia, Philippines, and Vietnam, where we have 3,428 retail investors. There, the sample is different. There we have people who are active investors, and the fraction of owners is much, much higher. Around a third of that samples currently owned cryptocurrency, with another 14.6% previously owning cryptocurrencies. So in our second sample, if you wish, we have a larger number of cryptocurrency owners, because it's a sample of retail investors that is sort of different from the first one. As theoretical priors, we don't have any priors. It could be the case that the more literate could be more likely to own or less likely to own, depending on essentially which strand of the literature one comes from, essentially. If one believes that the more literate are more likely to invest in general and have a more diversified asset portfolio, as the literature shows, then they should invest in cryptocurrencies as well. If the more financially literate are better positioned to evaluate risk and control sentiment and fight certain urges, then the answer would be no. If they have better financial advisors, the answer could be either yes or no, essentially. So let me get to the results, because I'm probably terrible with time as usual, and it's probably the point where Labrini will tell me that I have 1 or 2 minutes left. Labrini, feel free to give me a shout. This is the preview of the results. Just looking at a comparison of financial literacy and cryptocurrency ownership at the country level, we can see a moderate negative relationship between ownership and financial literacy, just at the country level, not at the individual level. A negative relationship with the intention to own in the future. And this could pretty much summarize also our results with individual data. Negative relationship between literacy, ownership, intention to own. Let us look at this also in terms of the results, and probably that's the only bit of results that I will manage to show. When we regress financial literacy and the usual control variables on the ownership attitudes in a multinomial probit setting that has, it's a single model that has 4 categories of ownership, we find a strong negative relationship between financial literacy and ownership, a positive relationship between financial literacy and no intention to own in the future, and a negative relationship between financial literacy and not having heard of cryptocurrencies. So the financial literate are some 40% less likely to own cryptocurrencies and some 22.7% more likely not to intend to own them in the future. We could basically just stop it, and we should probably stop the results here at this stage, because no matter what we do, a battery of robustness test, an external sample, and you basically name it, this result remains really strong and significant. The financial literate are less likely to own cryptocurrencies. It holds when you include interactions with countries. It holds in a battery of alternative financial literacy measures and robustness exercises. It holds when you account for selection into having heard of cryptocurrencies in 2-stage models. It holds in IV settings when you acknowledge that financial literacy might be endogenous, or we might have an omitted variable bias because it comes from an external data set. It holds importantly in the OECD survey with pretty much similar magnitudes of results. So a negative relationship between financial literacy and ownership of cryptocurrencies. Now, looking at moderators, we try to destroy this effect. We show that technological literacy is not the moderator, as it does not destroy the effect. Age is not the moderator. Financial advice is not the moderator. What seems to be the moderator is perceptions of risk and reward compared to other asset classes. When we include controls and interactions for these variables, the effect of financial literacy gets destroyed. And that's exactly what financial literacy is supposed to do. It's supposed to involve a better perception or a better understanding of financial risk. So let me go to the conclusions. We find large negative effects of financial literacy on the probability of owning cryptocurrencies and on intending to own cryptocurrencies in the future. The financial literate are more likely to be aware of cryptocurrencies, but less likely to own them or intend to own them. And our evidence confirms what the prediction would be, that the more financial literate are better positioned to evaluate the risk-reward profile offered by cryptocurrencies. Regarding the implications, if the demand for cryptocurrencies is less likely to be driven by financial literate investors, isn't the high volatility of cryptocurrencies to be expected? I mean, we say that in the derivatives market, we need to have an optimal number of hedgers and speculators. If a market is driven by way too many speculators on the optimal, then its high volatility and potentially its eventual collapse can be expected. Do traders understand the supply of cryptocurrencies, among other things? And what are the actions needed to attract informed traders into cryptocurrencies if this market is to remain and to become established? So, long story short, the regulators are right to be concerned. Apart from the recent evidence on illegal transactions and the emergence of crypto funds, our evidence suggests that the cryptocurrency market is likely to be dominated by uninformed traders. Thanks very much. I will stop my sharing here.
Thank you very much, Yorgos, for your presentation. It was very interesting. Now we'll move to Apostolos. He is a PhD student in Computer Science Department of University of Athens. His topic is on high-dimensional geometric and statistical computing, and today he will present us his work on shock detection and portfolio allocation in cryptocurrency markets. So, Apostole.
Hi.
Hi.
you for the introduction. Can you hear me?
Very well.
Okay. So I share my screen. Okay. This talk is about shock detection and portfolio allocation in cryptocurrency markets. And first, I would like to tell you that all the computational methods are implemented in an open source software, namely Volesti, which is the main package of of the open source organization Geomscale, which is an affiliated project in Amfocus and also a mentoring organization in Google Summer of Code. So you can find all the information and the implementations in GitHub, and you can try your own data sets and so on. So I'll try to not to go deep in technical details and try to focus on the results of our work. So the first part is about shock event detection or crash period detection, and this is a joint work with Ludovic Calais and Ioannis Emiris. And to address this problem, we employ certain geometric and statistical tools. Actually, we use copular representation for the to describe the dependency between portfolio returns and volatility. And then we use the copulas to build an indicator, and the value of this indicator help us to detect shock events. Our motivation comes from crucial observations from existing work. Actually, about how financial markets behave. So actually, we know that in normal times, the stocks are characterized by slightly positive returns and a moderate volatility. In bubble periods, we have high returns and low volatility. And during financial crisis, we have strongly negative returns and high volatility. So this is why our goal is to describe the time-varying dependency between portfolios' return and volatility. So to achieve this goal, we employ a geometric representation of the set of portfolios. And actually, this set can be represented as the simplex polytope in the n-dimensional Euclidean space, where n is the number of assets. So in this example, we have a stock market that or portfolios that are invested in a stock market with 3 assets, and with the red dot we mark the portfolio X, which invests the 30% of the budget in the first asset, the 25% of the budget at the second asset, and so on. So consequently, now the portfolio return and volatility have also a geometric interpretation. So actually, given a portfolio X and the vector of asset returns, the return is the inner product between the asset returns and the portfolio. So in the plot at the right, we mark with the red big dot the portfolio X, and the points on this red line corresponds to portfolios that have the same return with portfolio X. And the green portfolios are portfolios with smaller return than X, and the brown returns have a larger return than X. Similarly, with the volatility or the variance of a portfolio, given the covariance matrix of the asset returns, the volatility is a quadratic form. And so now we have an ellipsoid intersecting this simplex, and this is why the portfolios on this red curve, this quadratic curve, have the same volatility with portfolio X, and similarly with the left plot, the green portfolios have smaller volatility than X, and the brown have large volatility. So now the question is, given a certain time period, okay, let's say that we are given k consecutive daily returns, how we can describe the dependency between the return and volatility. Actually, what we do is that we compute the compound asset return, which is a vector, and then we cut the simplex with m hyperplanes, parallel hyperplanes, according to this compound return. In this example, we have 3 hyperplanes, and now we split the simplex in 4 parts, 4 subsets, such that each subset contains the same percentage of portfolios. Okay, so we do the same for the volatility, but now we have concentric ellipsoids intersecting the simplex, and between 2 consecutive ellipsoids, we have the same percentage of all possible portfolios. So between 2 successive ellipsoids, we have the 25% of portfolios in these examples. So we can increase them. We can set it as we like. But now the question still remains, and this is the crucial part of our computational framework. And what we do to capture this dependence is that we take the intersection of those cuts. So we cut the simplex both with hyperplanes and ellipsoids that corresponds to the compound return and the estimation of the covariance matrix. And now we have 4 times 4, 16 bodies. Okay, so we want to compute the percentage of the volume that lies between 2 successive hyperplanes and 2 successive ellipsoids. And when we do this, we get a density, a probability density. So actually we get a copula in this case. So it is a copula because it's a bivariate distribution between return and volatility in our case, and its marginal is uniform. So now we have a copula. We can describe the dependency between return and volatility, and now the question is how we can use those copulas how we can go from a copula to detection, to shock event detection. So in this example, we use the 12 cryptocurrencies with longest history. And at the left plot, we plot 2 copulas to give an example. At the left plot, we plot a copula that from a period around 16th of December of 2017, which is a normal period. The price of Bitcoin was very high in that period. And at the right plot, we have a copula from 17th of March of 2020, which was a crash due to a crash period due to COVID-19 pandemic. So actually now the difference is that at the left plot, the dependency between return and volatility is positive in a probabilistic sense, of course, but it's positive because the mass of the portfolio is concentrated on the up diagonal. But on the other side, when a copula comes from a crisis period, the mass of the portfolios is concentrated on the down diagonal, and we have a negative dependency between return and volatility. So what we do is that we define an indicator, which is the ratio of the mass of the portfolio on the down diagonal, on the red diagonal, over the mass of the portfolios in the blue in the blue diagonal, the up diagonal. So when this indicator is larger than 1, we can say that this copula comes probably from a period, from a shock event, from a period that corresponds to a shock event. And when this indicator is larger than 1 for more than 16 days, we report a shock event. So now what we do is that we take a sliding window of length of 60 days, and for each sliding window, we compute the corresponding copula, and then the indicator, and then we shift the sliding window by 1 day. and when the indicator is larger than 1 for more than 6 days, we report a shock event, or a short shock event when this indicator is larger than 1 for more than 30 days, but not 60. And as you can see, from 2017 and later, the indicator detects all the crash events. For example, early 2018 or late 2018, or early 2020 due to COVID-19, And there are also some additional events, for example, in the middle of 2018, where the daily returns were quite unstable, and some others. And now the question is how these shock events affect a portfolio that we might have invested in a cryptocurrency market. And this is our main motivation to suggest alternative portfolio allocation. This is the second part of the of the presentation, and to suggest portfolio allocations that are more stable and they are not so highly affected by shock events. And to achieve this, we follow those four directions. Three. First, we use an alternative score to evaluate the performance of a portfolio in terms of return. Sorry. And second, we define new performance measures based on that score, which are functions that involves the probability density function of the score, because we see it as a random variable given the portfolio. And so then we maximize those performance measures, and what we get is optimal portfolios according to those measures. And in this exercise, allocation exercise that I'm going to present to you, we compare those portfolios with some more, let's say, mainstream portfolios. And this is an ongoing work also with Ludovic Calais and Ioannis Emiris. So the score of a portfolio is defined as follows. So let's say that we're given that we have a portfolio and we invest it for a certain time period in a market, in a stock market. And after the time period, we take the asset returns, so we know the asset returns. And the question is, how good was that allocation? How we can evaluate this, the performance of this allocation. So there are many approaches, of course, but our score is defined as the percentage of all possible portfolios that have worse return than our portfolio. And for example, the percentage of the green portfolios in this plot. Okay, so this score lies always between 0 and 1. 1 is the best score. That means that our portfolio is the best. Okay, and 0 that our portfolio is the worst. Okay, all the portfolios are better than this in terms of return. Okay. So now we define our new performance measures, and I don't want to go into the technical detail, so I give just two of them, which are more simple. For example, you can see that the performance A is similar to Sharpe ratio, where the S, the score S, which is a value that we set as we like, is a counterpart of the risk-free rate. And also performance B, it's similar to A, but with S equal to 0. So B accommodate more with less riskier portfolios than A. Okay, so the allocation exercise goes as follows. First, we consider the daily returns of those 12 cryptocurrencies with longest history. And then we consider a sliding window of length of 100 days. And then we shift the sliding window by 1 day at a time. And for each sliding window, first we estimate the average portfolio volatility. And then we fix this volatility and we compute the optimal mark of each portfolio, the closest single asset portfolio on Bitcoin, and our 4 optimal portfolios. And then we use the next asset return after the sliding window to evaluate the portfolios, those 6 portfolios. And then we shift our sliding window and we repeat. Okay. Now here we do this for all the data set that we had. And here we plot the distribution of the score and the distribution of return. So the interesting part here is that the portfolios are very similar. They have very similar average return variance. So it is quite difficult to distinguish them in Markowitz framework. But on the other side, at the left plot, it's very clear how differently they behave. So actually, both the Markowitz, the optimal Markowitz portfolio, and the single asset portfolio, their density of score has a U shape. That means that they have a very high probability to be among best performance or among worst performers. On the other side, the four portfolios are much more stable, and their density in terms of score, and their density is concentrated around 0.5. So they are more stable, and they behave very differently in terms of score. So our point here is that we introduce a new concept of risk. Okay. And the main reason that they behave so differently is that those portfolios are very well diversified. Okay, so here we plot the distance from the equally weighted portfolio, and you can see that the most diversified portfolio is portfolio B, and then follows A, C, and then D. But they are all much more diversified than Markowitz or the optimal ones, the single asset portfolio, which is not plotted here, but for reasons that just not to lose time, because it's a little bit strange, but actually it's very similar with the optimal Markowitz portfolio. Okay. So now here, I just want to show you the score. I plot here the score, the performance of each portfolio above, and below I plot the indicator that I showed you at the first part of the presentation. And here, as you can see, the performance of those two mainstream portfolios are quite unstable. So, and they highly affected by shock events. On the other hand, if we plot the performance of the score of portfolio B, you can see that it is much more stable. Okay, there are time periods that is better, but other time periods that is worse. But again, it is very stable, and it is not affected by shock events so much. And also the behavior of the other three optimal portfolios, it's quite similar. Actually, they lie between portfolio B and the other two portfolios. So, of course, this is not a complete allocation strategy, but I think it is a quite good start to work on such strategy, since the distance between those portfolios are not quite big. And yes, I think it's interesting to work on a such strategy, also taking into account the indicator and the shock events that may come. Okay, so here are the links that I told you at the beginning, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Apostole. Now, our last speaker is Joan Sassin. Excuse me, Joan, for the pronunciation, but it's very hard to read your name. Joan, if I'm correct.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Is Associate Professor of Finance at Montpellier Business School in the University of Montpellier, and Senior Research Fellow at South Ural State University. He's a top editor of Journal of Risk and Financial Management and the Associated Editor of Journal of Economic and Administrative Science. He will present us cryptocurrencies dependence, modeling in a network model. So the floor is yours. You can start.
Thanks a lot. Share.
We cannot hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me
now? Now, yes.
Yeah, thanks everyone. Thanks for thanks to the general audience and for the organizers for giving this opportunity to present my work. And my topic is cryptocurrencies dependence modeling, and I have focused on the network. How do the cryptocurrencies behave in a bigger portfolio? The first thing which I did, we did a search for the articles which are sorry, which are available for on the Scopus. Those having the keywords mentioning cryptocurrencies, crypto finance, crypto, and that the name of the currencies. And then, because our focus in this research article was on the dependence, general dependence and tail dependence. So we searched for the articles using these keywords, and then we looked at the abstracts, and after filtering, we found 249 articles which have been published in last 10 years on cryptocurrencies, and then studying their dependence dynamics. When we plot the word cloud for those articles, the keywords in those articles, we can see that the major focus is on the Bitcoin, and then there are related concepts or aspects which have been studied. The main idea which has been studied with these cryptocurrencies is their efficiency of their prices, because few claim that because these currencies do not have any fundamental value, so whether the price incorporates the new information in the market very quickly or not. So this is one angle of existing research on these topics. The other aspects is like whether they behave like currencies or they are really currencies. Thanks to the earlier presenters, they have very elegantly presented different aspects of cryptocurrencies and then Bitcoin and how they behave. We looked that there is a big chunk of research in recent literature which focus that whether these cryptocurrencies, they behave like financial assets, traditional assets. So the researchers have tried to see the correlation between cryptocurrencies and financial markets, maybe the index and like that. And then they see the investment opportunities. These are few aspects which have been quite frequently studied in the literature. And from looking at this picture, we can see that the focus is now shifting because there is a debate whether it acts as a currency or no, and there are arguments in favor and against. And there is another stream of research which claims that the Bitcoin or the cryptocurrency, they behave like a commodity, maybe like gold. They have same nature, both are mined, they are limited supply, and so such kind of things. But the thing is, if the cryptocurrencies are there, they have returns, they have risk, they have investors who want to invest in them. So and they have started behaving like the traditional assets, either financial markets. And then how do we formulate their portfolios? How we invest in them? What is the dependent structure within cryptocurrencies? So if we make a cluster of the existing research on this topic, we can see there are 4 main clusters. Again, one is on efficiency of the cryptocurrencies, and Bitcoin is again been frequently studied cryptocurrencies because it's been it's in existence from a longer time and it's still there. But there are few cryptocurrencies which were introduced and then they vanish. And we can see here in blue color that there is a focus on checking the diversification, safe haven properties, hedge aspects. and the hedging effectiveness and these things. So this research is basically focused on this blue part of the existing research on this topic. We see that these cryptocurrencies has emerged as a new asset class, which is capable of attracting based on their risk and return attributes. Then there are few major cryptocurrencies, and there are more and more investments going on into these cryptocurrencies. They are attracting individual investors, not in more quantity, but they have attractive institutional investments. So they are still very complex, highly volatile, and debatable, of course. And you can you can you can present arguments in favor and against, depending on your knowledge of the market. And there is a still need to understand their price dynamics under normal and extreme market conditions. Why there is a need? Because this will help us to make informed portfolio and risk management decisions, and of course we want to make prediction. We want to make prediction about their future prices. This is highly desirable. The existing work on major currencies, most of the people, they have studied their volatility and how they cause each other. They have studied all these models. They have focused on the mean aspect of the returns, and they have not incorporated how these cryptocurrencies behave under extreme market condition like bullish and bearish market states. What I have done here is we have selected a chunk of cryptocurrencies, a bigger one, a top 50 cryptocurrencies, and we have used this lasso technique combined with the quantile regression, thanks to Professor Wolfgang. He was here and he basically proposed this model, and I just adopted this model from their paper. This lasso technique basically helps you to overcome this curse of dimensionality, because if you have more and more assets, it becomes very complicated to run a regression and take up a lot of beta, and you only keep the most significant. And then we can focus, because we are using quantile regression, we can focus on the tail of the distributions. Then after having these beta estimates, we can construct the network of cryptocurrencies, and then we can study different network features. We selected a large set of cryptocurrencies, almost 2,000, because others they were like they non-existed over the full sample period, and for the network analysis, we only selected 50 top market capitalization cryptocurrencies. These 2,000 cryptocurrency prices were basically used to construct different pricing factors. We know from the former French pricing model that there could be a value factor, price, size factor in the market. Smaller cryptocurrencies may have risk premium associated with them. So these are the QQ plots for top 10 cryptocurrencies, and we can see that their returns are not normal. So studying their behavior through a model which focuses on the mean of the distribution is not desirable. We got the data from CoinMarketCap, and we use US Treasury bill as a risk-free rate, then log difference of the prices as the returns, and then basically we use an extended 3-factor model where we incorporated the market index. This market index is basically constructed from the bigger pool of cryptocurrencies. We constructed this index both value weighted and equally weighted, because we know that if you are assigning value weighted, Bitcoin and top 3 currencies have the highest, almost 90% of market capitalization. So we also check the robustness by making equally weighted market index. Then there is LMW. This is the momentum factor. If a cryptocurrency has higher return in the past, it is expected that it will beat the market. It will have higher returns in future, and vice versa. And there is a size factor, as I mentioned, that smaller cryptocurrencies has risk premium associated with it. And then we try to predict, or we try to regress returns of particular currencies over the returns of all other cryptocurrencies which we have. And this is the result of regression analysis, and we can see that the cryptocurrencies which have a higher role in making price spillovers to other cryptocurrencies. We can see here that the Bitcoin is no more the market leader in terms of price transmission. Initially, it stayed as a market leader for some time, but with the advent of more and more cryptocurrencies, there are other cryptocurrencies who are now leading the price risk transmission. You see here, this is for the lowest tail, the network of cryptocurrencies in the lowest tail, and this is the network of cryptocurrencies when you calculate on the based on average value. So if you are focusing on regression, simple regression, you are basically underestimating the relationships, and we can see here that the relationship are more intense in the tails. If we check what are the top 5 risk transmitters and leading cryptocurrencies, we can see digital coin is one of them, and global boost. And then if you see the risk receivers, Dogecoin, I have highlighted it because there is a recent focus on this cryptocurrency based on the tweet from Elon. Tesla has invested in Bitcoin recently, so we see a surge in prices, but still that price surge do not impact other cryptocurrencies. Here we show how the spillover between the cryptocurrencies on the left top, we can see total connectedness, and we can see over the period of time, the spillover among cryptocurrencies have significantly declined. This could be due to more and more investment opportunities available to the crypto investors. Then we check if size and momentum and market volatility have something to do with the connectedness, and we can see that these factors significantly explain the connectedness between the cryptocurrencies. This is how they load. These are the betas, and in a later stage, we try to see if this connected net index can help to predict the future prices in the cryptocurrencies, and we can see yes, it helps, but this prediction is lower when you are focusing on the tails, and Bitcoin is more predictable compared to the other cryptocurrencies which we studied. Eventually, we made some trading strategies based on the risk appetite of different investors. High is HI and HO are for the high risk investors. This HI is basically incoming in centrality and out centrality, and TI and TO are for the risk averse investors. Usually in stock markets, we see that these trading strategies they can beat the market and they can earn more abnormal returns. But in cryptocurrencies, we see that there is no such pattern of where you can predict profits based on the investor's risk appetite. In conclusion, we see the tail risk dependence among the cryptocurrencies, and we try to predict their value, and we conclude that we should focus on tails. Diversification in cryptocurrencies seems to be very challenging. Even if you cater for the tail events, you cannot formulate good trading strategies which can beat the overall cryptocurrency market. You are welcome to suggest anything to improve this article.
Any questions? Okay. I would also like to thank Joao for his presentation, and Benny?
Yes. Well, unfortunately, we are a little bit late. So I think it's better to have later a break, to skip the break, and have our keynote speaker, Mr. Arshad Khan. Arshad.
Hello, everyone.
Hi. I would like to introduce our keynote speaker. Arshad Khan has diverse expertise in the complete financial market ecosystem and the technology behind it. Beginning at the helm of several financial exchanges from inception, he has detailed insight in setting up and managing large financial exchanges. With 22 years of experience, out of which 16 years in the Gulf countries, he established strong business relations with regional financial institutions and regulatory authorities. In 2008, Arshad established Bahrain Financial Exchange, regulated by Central Bank of Bahrain. As a board member of the Dubai Gold and Commodities Exchange and its clearing corporation for 5 years, Arshad was part of the core team that established the exchange in the record time of 12 months, record time, from the conceptualization to its launch in 2005. Currently, he is the co-founder and the CEO of the Arabian Bourse, which is pioneering crypto asset exchange and custodian being established in the Abu Dhabi global market. Additionally, Arshad has created 3 unicorns today with his core team. So after this very short introduction, please, Arshad, the floor is yours. And thank you again from my heart for accepting our invitation. Arshad.
Thank you, Vinny, and of course, a pleasure to be part of this very informative session. Somehow my camera has dished me in the last moment, but I think people are more interested in my keynote speech and my presentation rather than they can, of course, see my picture, which is there in the Zoom. And I'll see if this technical glitch can be fixed shortly. But anyways, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the audience and panelists from wherever you are connecting to the session. Thanks especially to my previous speakers. You have made my life a bit difficult by making such detailed and such research presentations, very impressive. And thank you to all the academicians, statisticians, and the researchers. You have been the core pillar of cryptocurrencies development right from the very beginning, when you worked on concepts of blockchain or cryptography and other elements that goes into making this as an asset class. So let me share my screen with you so that we can start with my presentation on today's subject. Okay, so I believe every one of you would be able to see my screen. So what I'm going to talk about today is evolving new asset class, which is cryptocurrencies, and what are the opportunities and challenges. In the previous presentations, everyone would have seen the cryptocurrency world from a bit different angle, which was more research and statistics oriented. What I would like to give a perspective to our audience is to take them on the other side of the world and show them what actually happens in cryptocurrencies, especially from exchanges like ourselves who are setting up this market in Abu Dhabi under a very well regulated regime. So first of all, I'll get into the very first debate, or I would say a tug of war that keep on going on, especially with Bitcoin. And there are so many different perspectives and a school of thoughts whether Bitcoin is an asset class. And I have been having a challenging time in the last few years where people say that Bitcoin is just a bubble, it's just a scam, it's just a money laundering tool. And then, of course, in the recent times, especially since mid of last year, the perception has been changing, especially at institutional banking and corporate level, that yes, there is an acceptability that Bitcoin is an asset class. So all of us are economists or from finance background. The very basic three attributes that defines an asset class is whether it's a medium of exchange or it's a store of value, and whether it gives a hedge against inflation. And in my own analysis, I believe that Bitcoin qualifies on all three parameters quite well. And we have seen the performance of this asset, of this instrument, which has established itself as a very formidable asset class. And the situation and the position of Bitcoin as an asset class keeps on growing as there is more and more interest that keeps coming in from institutional participation. Now, when we talk about cryptocurrencies, why they are making so much of news, and why we are all dedicating a full day or almost 6-7 hours on talking about what this is. This is nothing but digital markets. We have seen the markets, the traditional markets, and we know how they work and they function. And similarly, cryptocurrencies are also like digital markets, but some of the uniquenesses of cryptocurrency digital markets is that first thing is it's a 24/7 market with real-time settlement. So unlikely in the stock market or bond markets, which are limited to a certain hours and certain working days in a week, the crypto markets never sleep, which makes the saying very true that money or the money that never sleeps. So this is a very unique aspect of cryptocurrencies, which offers its users to cash in or cash out at any point of time, which gives it a very significant advantages. And that's why the uses of cryptocurrencies in various different financial services, whether it is raising of capital or money remittance or lending and borrowing, the cryptocurrencies are becoming more and more suitable than in comparison to the existing traditional ways of doing those kind of financial services. And that's the reason that we have been seeing a huge involvement from large corporates, whether it's financial institutions or banks or even entities like Tesla or Apple. They are showing their interest in coming into the Bitcoin space. So this is some of the fundamental reasons that why, as I keep on saying, that this asset class, this cryptocurrency market is becoming a very well regulated and established asset class. Now, I'd just like to give a bit wider perspective than focus on cryptocurrency. I would rather call it as digital assets, and crypto assets or cryptocurrencies is one portion or one vertical of this wider financial services vertical. So crypto assets, which we normally know in the form of Bitcoin or Ethereum, is one form of digital assets. Another form of digital assets that is becoming more prominent now is digital securities, which we know a form of tokenizing an underlying asset or underlying business plan or a project plan, which gives a different perspective of how fundraising or capital can be created in a new way of raising capital. Similarly, fiat tokens, which are like stable coins backed against a particular fiat currency or a particular asset, again, which can be gold or some other thing. So these are some of the very unique forms of digital assets. And then there are funds or derivatives instruments that are created on the top of the underlying cash market in the form of ETFs or derivatives products like options and futures. So going forward, of course, these markets, as any other markets, suffer from some challenges, and especially crypto markets, they are so nascent and they have been so recent on the scene that make them even more challenging because they were introduced or got prominence post the last financial crisis that the world saw. And that financial crisis itself was a result of the challenges of the banking system or the financial system that existed for the last couple of decades. And in spite of their existence for like 200, 300 years, they were not able to solve some of the basic problems of how to serve the market, how to regulate yourself, or how to avoid certain pitfalls that can result into such kind of financial collapse. And the emergence of cryptocurrencies and blockchain from that time onwards was to purposely serve that particular gap that can be filled by the emergence of this kind of new technology. So the challenges primarily that I see are basically some of the things that are related to the thefts and hacks of the cryptocurrencies, where the exchange wallets or the user wallets get compromised due to certain technical issues or the security parameters that are breached. So those are the certain part of the crypto markets that has been compromised in the recent past, and that has been one of the challenge that how we have to solve that. Other things that the scalability of these markets that we have seen, that the current exchanges, they face a lot of outages and scalability issues when the volumes and liquidity pick up because of the volatility of the underlying instrument. The markets start behaving a bit erratic, and there are certain incidences that the markets are not available for the investors to buy or sell at a very high peak of volatility. So those are some other issues that has been quite challenging for the crypto market. Similarly, cloud services, that is something that is very handy in terms of solving the scalability issues that the crypto markets have been facing. But again, they are prone to security breaches or data privacy requirements. Those are the things that the markets need to be careful about when they are moving on to the cloud-based platforms. So you try to solve one problem, but that leads to another problem. And then as an organization, you have to figure out that what is your best approach and what kind of infrastructure that you want to build to address the requirement that your users have. Since I understand from Veni that most of the profile of today's audience is bankers and regulators and supervisors, so I would like to focus the rest of my presentation more onto the KYC and AML challenges that the crypto industry currently faces. And because of these challenges, I would say that out of all the challenges that we have currently, KYC and AML is one of the biggest challenges, and this is time and again and repeatedly being used by many regulatory authorities and academicians and of course central bank authorities to continuously oppose the cryptocurrencies. And I'm very respectful for that opinion. There has been certain issues in the past, but with the coming up of regulated exchanges like ourselves, of course, we are very sure that this particular challenge of crypto market can be very well addressed. And the next few slides, I would like to focus on what work the crypto markets, especially exchanges like ourselves, should do to completely take away the very basic problems of money laundering or financial crime or KYC. And I think cryptocurrencies should be the last asset class that should be having these kind of challenges, because that defeats the very purpose of blockchain technology that supports the cryptocurrencies. And because we have blockchain infrastructure supporting the cryptocurrencies, it means that there should not be any money laundering, there should not be any financial crime when it comes to the use of cryptocurrencies. And I would like to use the next few slides to explain why I'm saying that. Now, what are the regulatory obligations for anyone who is associated with any financial instrument in any capacity, whether we are traders, we are buyers and sellers, or we are providing any custody services or lending and borrowing services, or like us as an exchange, facilitating buying and selling between the various different market participants. So very much in line with what other financial services have to look for as their regulatory obligations, we also have to follow the similar kind of approach. And when some of them, the key ones of them are FATF standards, then Basel Committee standards, the UN Security Council obligations and sanctions, and of course the FATF guidance on the UNSC sanctions, and then unilateral sanctions of Her Majesty Treasury of UK. Compliance of Office of Foreign Asset Control, or the OFAC, as designed by the US government, and then most important, your own local regulatory authorities. Because what we have seen in the last couple of years, especially, that many of the jurisdictions in whether in Asia or in Europe or in America, there has been an effort from the local regulatory authorities to come out with their own regulatory frameworks. And this has been the result of the FATF task force work that came in the middle of 2019, that led to several of the countries to either say whether they are adopting or accepting virtual assets, or they are not accepting virtual assets. And the countries that they said that they will adopt virtual assets, then they have to comply with the requirement of FATF standards in how they are complying with this. And with this, I think, effort, many of the countries have started setting up their own regulatory framework. And that has been the result in this part of the world where I am based, that the Financial Services Regulatory Authority of Abu Dhabi Global Market, which is our regulatory authority, has come out with a regulatory framework in 2018, under which we are operating or setting up our exchange now. So I'll get into more details of FATF regulations in the later part of my presentation, but let's go and see that what we have to do to achieve these obligations. It's no different than what other markets or what other financial services have to do, is to ensure that the market is not misused in any way in terms of by any bad actors to conduct any kind of financial crimes. And it's not just limited to a particular country or jurisdiction. This kind of misuse should not happen from any part of the world. Second obligation or approach that we have to adopt is, if let's say is some kind of violation is happening or a financial crime gets noticed, then assisting the regulatory authorities in identifying what are the attempts, in what way this kind of financial crime is being engineered. And third thing is to cooperate with the financial investigation departments or crime prevention units or any other related government agency in combating that kind of financial crime that has been either done or is in the process of being done, or there is a chances that something like that can happen. So this is pretty much same as any other financial institution would implement their approach towards achieving the obligation of protecting their markets against any kind of financial crime. Now, when we say, okay, we have identified what are our obligations, we have identified what we want to set as a process, then how we do it, how we implement it. The first thing is you have to be careful on who is becoming a user in your world of business. So as an exchange, when we do onboarding of the customers, we are very rigid in terms of our KYC requirements. So we want to ensure that we are giving access only to legitimate people who are complying with our KYC requirements, which are quite stringent. We do a background check, not just of your identity, but also your source of wealth and proof of wealth kind of parameters checks as well. So in terms of onboarding of the customers, I think that's the first layer of securing yourself, because most of the crimes that are done, not just in cryptocurrencies, but in any financial services business, is when you have some bad actor already having access to your system. So how you protect yourself against such entities is something very crucial, and you have to be super careful, because the level of skills of such kind of people is always much better than the businesses that they're trying to protect themselves against. So this is something important. So collecting and recording all required information of customer, and I would emphasize here that it's not just a one-time activity. It is an activity that required to be done on a continuous basis. So there is a requirement at the level of our compliance team that they need to ensure that all the markets are safe, not just when the client is onboarded, but on a continuous basis. Their background checks are done on a regular basis. Similarly, we have to then check whether once the customer has been onboarded, we have done his identity verification and everything, then we have to check against the sanctions list of several such lists that are available from different sources, whether similar kind of a matching identity has been anywhere involved in such kind of sanctions in any part of the world. So that's another important thing to do. Then the fourth thing, I think, which is most important in the crypto world, and it's a bit unique than the normal other kind of financial services like banking or stock markets or capital markets, is transaction monitoring. I think that is something that puts crypto markets at a higher end of surveillance, because there the role of technology comes in a big way. Because when you have done a KYC of a client in a conventional or traditional market, that is where you stop your further compliance, because you know that whether the money that is flowing in the form of a fiat currency, whether it is coming in form of cash deposit or it is coming in the form of bank-to-bank transfer. But in the crypto world, there is another element that gets added into the inflow and outflow of assets, is wallets, which makes things a bit complicated. And this is the layer that results or creates issues with money laundering or financial crime. And I'll explain you how that layer is more vulnerable in the whole ecosystem of crypto markets. So just going a bit more in detail in transaction monitoring, as I said, this online surveillance of monitoring the trading patterns of customers is a bit more challenging in the crypto market. Because when you have a surveillance system in place, whether it's equity market or bond market or any other instrument that is traded on an exchange, there are very simple fundamental surveillance fundamentals that anybody would look at. They will look at like insider trading kind of thing, or front running or wash trading, things like that. But when it comes to crypto market, of course, all these surveillance parameters are important. But there is another element that is more important, is from where your assets are coming and where are they going. And there actually the anonymity of the wallet holders creates an issue, whereby identifying who is behind that wallet and where is that based is a challenge. And why was that a challenge since maybe a year or so back? Because the exchanges that were allowing trading were not doing proper KYC. Of course, they were doing like they were asking for the name, details, address of the customers, but they were not going into much into their wallet details. And what, as a regulated exchange, we have adopted, or similar such exchanges which are operating under a full regulatory framework, they are adopting, is how they are going to secure the wallets, and how they are going to adopt or to put a name or an address behind who is the owner of this wallet. So that makes things a bit more interesting. And I'll talk about that a little bit more, and how we can ensure that there is a proper discovery in terms of the ownership of that wallet, and how that wallet has interacted with various other such wallets that are existing in the blockchain or technology world. So as any other asset class, cryptocurrency also is based on risk-based monitoring. So first of all, we have to identify what kind of risk that is exposed to an institution or a business like us. So it's like a simple risk-based approach, where we have to see what is the clear purpose of the transactions that are being done on an exchange like us or any other such platforms. Similarly, we have to see whether there is a significant or large transactions which are not consistent with the profile of the customer, and those kind of transactions need to be alerted. And having a look at the unusual pattern of activity, that to make ensure that there is activity which is in line with your surveillance or risk management parameters, and anything that happens or crosses the line or goes out of the border needs to be flagged. So similarly, how we identify the tainted wallet addresses, or how we know that the clients from whom the exchange is receiving its assets from are having a clean track record or not. So let's look at that a little bit in more detail. So as we know that virtual currencies are recorded in public blockchains. So I think that is something that gives us an edge over identifying any kind of transaction that has happened in the last 10, 12 years, or from wherever the first Bitcoin was mined. And that's the beauty of this underlying technology, that everything can be tracked. And that is something that gives an access to us. And if we can do some bit of big data or artificial intelligence kind of exercise, on the data that is available on the blockchain, we can build certain patterns of identifying that who are the various different actors in the marketplace and how they have been reacting or interacting among themselves. And there are some things that we then come out of this whole exercise of processing this data, that when we get to know that how the certain participants have been involved in the mixing activity or the money laundering activity, or even something like gambling, or even other some financial crimes like pornography or ransomware and other things. So this is a simple replication or just a presentation of how this complex work is done. Of course, things are much more complex, but I tried to make it simple. So there is a level of understanding on a broad level of how this work is achieved. So let's say there are transactions that are being recorded on the blockchain, whether it's Bitcoin or any other kind of cryptocurrency, which always has an underlying blockchain supporting its network. So there are transactions that are happening between various different lending and borrowing, or buyers and sellers, or people transferring something from their wallet to their friend's wallet or to their family wallet. So the transactions are getting recorded. Similarly, based on these transactions, there is a complex algorithm that works in terms of taking into consideration, because now the good thing is there is a good amount of visibility on which are the wallets that have been dealing on something which can be related to financial crime. So whether it is dark market or gambling or ransomware or pornography or financing of terrorism or drug money. So when we start connecting the dots together, we know, okay, in the whole blocks of the blockchain, which are the actors which have been interacting with these kind of flagged entities. So once we start building that pattern, that keeps developing further, and it starts giving us a risk score, which happens on a very fast turnaround time, because everything is on very fast computing servers, and the application is quite intelligent to decipher from these transactions on how and what kind of activity is going on between different market participants. So then what we do, we score the whole, based on these transactions and algorithm, we score that wallet on the rating of 1 to 10. So as obvious, one is the safe, that means no negative attributes. The address has transactions, but nothing defined as risky. So that means this address has not dealt with anyone who was involved in any sort of financial crime. Then there are certain addresses that shows that there has been an interaction with a low risk address. So low risk address can be something which doesn't fall into areas of like drug or terrorism financing, or child trafficking, human trafficking, things like that. Then we have low risk. The addresses has one or more interactions with moderate risk addresses. Then the risk rating starts getting into a bit more sensitive numbers, where the risk starts increasing from moderate to high and very high. And at this time, at this point of time, we start ranking those wallets in different colors and alerts. So anything that gets in an interaction with such kind of addresses gets flagged. So this is how we make things more safe and more comfortable for our users, because we don't want our safe clients to deal with someone who has a financial crime background. Because the moment he has dealt with someone like that, he doesn't know that the other counterparty that he's dealing with has done some financial crime, because he does not have those sophisticated tools. But what happens that because of his interaction with such address, he gets flagged in the system. And that's how we have seen that a lot of participants in crypto, they get flagged for no reason, just because they did transaction with an address which was not clean. So that as an exchange is our role on how to secure the markets very efficiently. And that's another responsibility that we have. We just don't do a KYC check of the users on our market. We also take the complete details of the addresses that they're using, so we can put a name against the address. And that is something that is very important now, especially after the recommendations of FATF and the travel rule that was adopted in the Osaka summit by G20 countries, is to break that anonymity concept in the crypto. And we as an exchange support that, because I think that is very important to make the whole infrastructure very safe, because the anonymity is causing the issue of money laundering or financial crime. So I would like to just spend last few minutes of my presentation on how FATF is playing a significant role in making crypto assets much more safe, secure, and in terms of being adopted by a wider market segment. They have taken quite a positive step 2 years back in June, where they adopted an recommendation 15 to further clarify their stand in terms of virtual assets or virtual assets service providers. So they kept it simple and straight, because at the end of the day, it's just like any other asset, and it has to be regulated like the way any other asset is regulated. So the first thing that happened was, which was positive for the crypto industry, was that the virtual assets start getting recognized as any other asset, like a property or funds or any other asset class. So that was FATF recommendation, that countries should consider virtual assets as any other asset like property or proceeds or funds. Then the second recommendation was, since now you are recognizing these virtual assets as any other assets, then you have to put in place systems that can address the issues of money laundering or financing of terrorism in the same way as any financial institution does for any other asset class. So it's like a risk-based approach, as I spoke about in my previous slides, that the countries have to put into place an approach which is based on their risk appetite and how they are going to govern a virtual asset in the same way as they are going to govern any other asset that they are holding. Then the third thing that, as I have been mentioning about, is the licensing and registration. So any virtual asset service provider, be it an exchange, a custodian, or a DeFi application, which is into lending and borrowing, or any other such entity, should be licensed and registered. So depending on which jurisdiction you are based in, you should go and apply to your regulatory authority if they have regulations to govern you, and you should be licensed and registered, so that there is some kind of traceability that who is providing any service from which part of the world and where are they registered and licensed. And I think this is something that has been missing in the crypto asset world, especially in the exchanges, where there are so many exchanges that they claim that they are fully regulated and licensed, but when you go behind and try to dig out more information where they are registered and where are they licensed from, there are some very funny kind of data that you get. So that is something that after FATF recommendation is getting very seriously implemented. Similarly, then the virtual asset service providers should have adequate regulations and supervisions to adhere to the money laundering issues and terrorism financing risk. And similarly, if there are some such kind of incidences that happen, then what are the precautions or what are the proceedings that these entities should take to comply with the money laundering requirements, and how to administer any kind of civil or criminal proceedings to ensure that any kind of such incidences are adequately dealt with. Another important thing that happened out of this whole exercise was the implementation of the travel rule. Now, the travel rule, the basic purpose of this was to break the anonymity of the transactions, as I was discussing about. So this got fully supported by the Osaka summit by the G20 countries, and it requires now that the transactions between exchanges should include personal information about the senders and receivers of the funds. And I think once this is implemented in its entirety, I think this will break the complete money laundering or any kind of financial crime that is being currently committed by using these cryptocurrencies. So this all happened in the mid of 2019, and there was a review that FATF conducted last year in the mid of 2020, where they wanted to see what are the outcomes of implementing these standards 2 years back. And there were some positive outcomes of this review that we are seeing that out of the 54 reporting jurisdictions, 35 out of them have already implemented the FATF standards. And 32 out of them are regulating the virtual asset service providers under their particular jurisdiction. And 3 of them have announced that they are prohibiting the virtual asset service providers business. So this has been something that has taken a shape finally, and there is serious work that is going on from all the reporting countries or jurisdictions of how they are going to implement the FATF standards and how they are going to ensure that any business that is doing or related to crypto is being properly regulated. Even the remaining 19 jurisdictions are still in the implementation stage. There's a lot of technology development that is going on, and there's a lot of work that is being happening between the regulators and the service providers like ourselves in terms of setting up the AML and CFT requirements and how we implement or use technology. Because this market, as I said, is 24/7. It's not restricted to any particular jurisdiction. There can be millions and millions of users can come on an exchange. So it's humanly impossible to do it in any manual way. So you need to have very sophisticated systems in place who can identify and set those patterns in place. So with this in place, I just would like to again make a very simple comparison between the fiat world and the cryptocurrency world. We have seen the fiat world has existed like probably for like decades and decades or centuries and centuries. But still, we have seen that they have not been able to solve certain issues for the population of the world at large, and that has been the biggest issue. Has been that still half of the population of this world is still unbanked, or they don't get access to financial services, which I think is a big gap, or was a big drawback the way the financial systems or financial institutions were structured in the past. And I certainly believe that cryptocurrencies will for sure solve that issue, and it's already happening. The another big problem of fiat world that everybody is exposed to is counterfeiting. Because everything is manual printing and distribution, there is an issue of counterfeiting in the system. Which is again gets settled and managed well because of the blockchain technology that the cryptocurrencies use. And the cost of printing and logistics, that's another issue that the fiat world faces, and I think the cryptocurrency is a very good solution for that, because it has everything that is required to keep this whole process of printing, then distribution, completely of no requirement in the way the cryptocurrencies operate. Then the fourth is the helicopter money, as I call it, and this has been the phenomena since the pandemic hit us in the early part of the last year. And all the central bank authorities or the government treasuries, they started supporting their population with printing money. And with this limitless supply of money, we have seen how it is contributing to the inflation or creating other issues that such kind of supply that it creates. And when we relate it to the cryptocurrency, the situation or the structure in the cryptocurrency world is totally different, because most of the leading or prominent cryptocurrency has a limited supply. And that makes it more reliable in terms of, first of all, whether it can be tampered with or it cannot be, and it can be printed without any limit. So that's another beauty, or I would say an advantage that the cryptocurrency brings to us. Then similarly, as we have discussed, because of these advantages that cryptocurrencies have on the fiat world, I'm sure that countering of money laundering or any kind of financial crime, which will be much more suitably handled by cryptocurrencies than the fiat world. So just like to end my presentation by giving you an architecture of what we are doing and how we are as an exchange making ourselves more secure in terms of ensuring no financial crime or money laundering kind of issues happen on our marketplace. So we have put a very robust architecture or infrastructure in place, where the first interface is from the clients and members who connect to our market through very secure gateways. Very high level of KYC is done. Once their clients are onboarded, a continuous monitoring of their KYC requirement is continuously done. Then, depending on how they want to trade, they transfer their assets in the form of fiat or in the form of crypto to our wallets, and then those wallets are maintained in an offline storage, which is kept very secured, so that there is hardly any possibility for anyone to hack into them. We implement a process of keeping wallets in 3 different locations. One is the cold wallet, which is completely offline. Then there is a warm wallet, which is linked to the internet world, but on a very limited basis, and with high security and firewalls in place. And then the hot wallet, which are created only for a particular instance, and then they are kept burned. So the core of the whole exchange is the middleware that we have implemented, where all our surveillance and market data gets processed in terms of identifying any risk management issues or any financial crime that we detect. And then there are standard operating procedures of once such transaction is alerted, what kind of steps that are going to be taken in terms of our own actions, or if it is required to take it up further with the other regulatory authorities, and how to ensure that such kind of incidences are not repeated in the market again. So this is what we are and what we have been doing. I'm a strong believer in crypto. I think that's where the future of the financial markets is moving towards. Happy to take any questions if that is there. Otherwise, floor is all yours, Benny.
Thank you very much, Harshad. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, but I will ask just one question. Do you think that the infrastructure needed for the KYC or the other stuff you mentioned can be afforded by small firms, small companies related to the financial markets, small brokerage firms, for example?
Yeah, I think that's a good question. And the good part about the new technology is that you don't have to really build an infrastructure that you don't require. As we all say that one size don't fit all. So it's the same thing in our business. So depending on what kind of business approach you are taking, and what level of interactions or transactions that are going to happen on your exchange or on your marketplace. There are technology suppliers that are available who are quite much goes with the approach of hand in hand, that they don't want to burden the ultimate user with a very high cost of implementation at the very beginning. Rather, it goes more on a basis of cost per transaction kind of approach. So that makes things much more suitable and convenient for anybody to adopt those technology platforms.
Okay. Thank you again. Thank you very much. Thank you all. We can have a short break. Please be back at 15 minutes. And we will have Mr. Alexandros Kolodzoglu from the Bank of Greece on cybersecurity. Short break.
Thank you.
Thank you, Harshad. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Well, I guess we shall start again. For those who just joining us, welcome. Our next speaker is Alexandros Kaliadzoglu from Bank of Greece. Alexandros, you have 15 minutes, ideally.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
actually, it's 20, but okay, let's say 15 to be on time.
Mm-hmm.
So, please, without further ado.
Thanks a lot for the invitation and the organization of the conference. I would like to start by saying that in parallel to the crypto assets track, let's say, or track of work that has been introduced also in the Commission Digital Finance Package that was introduced last year, there's another track which relates to information security and cybersecurity in the financial system, which is quite relevant for fintechs as well. So I will try to give an overview of the key pieces of legislation and which are relevant also for fintech as well, and some recent initiatives in this area. So as you see, the Revised Payment Services Directive and all the delegated acts, EBA guidelines on information security and incident reporting, outsourcing and third-party risks, market infrastructure resilience, information sharing, systemic cyber risks are all key topics that the regulators are very keen on providing guidance, and the market has to fulfill certain obligations. So as you see in the slide, the pieces of legislation that have been introduced which somehow have impact on information security are numerous in the past decade. In the beginning, let's say in the first half, the information security usually was tackled in an indirect way as part of operational risk. But starting with 2015 and the introduction of PSD2, there has been a move towards a more detailed and more comprehensive rules on digital operational resilience, usually in the form of a principle-based legislation. One important such piece of legislation is the Revised Payment Services Directive, as I mentioned, or PSD2, which has information security at its core. It also has a strong connection to the fintech ecosystem due to the introduction of two new types of regulated activities, which are the payment initiation services and the account information services. And it is also seen as a first approach open banking from a regulatory perspective, as well as secure communication via application programming interfaces. And it paved the way towards what we call today open finance. The information security focus of PSD2 covers four main areas: strong customer authentication and secure communication in APIs, operational insecurity risks, incident reporting, and fraud reporting. All areas have corresponding pieces of legislation introduced, either in the form of technical standards in a Commission delegated regulation or EBA guidelines. The most important of which is the regulation on strong customer authentication and secure communication. It has gained quite a lot of attention over the past years in the financial market. It introduces strong customer authentication as the baseline for payment service user authentication as part of a payment transaction, either an electronic transaction, either in the physical world or in commerce. And it introduces technology neutral requirements on the strong customer authentication elements that have been defined by the directive itself, namely knowledge, possession, and inherence. The last one relating to biometrics. And also introduces requirements for dynamic linking of transaction to the amount NPE, a definition on the exemptions to strong customer authentication, as well as requirements to confidentiality and integrity of credentials. The second key area that it addresses is secure communication interfaces. So account information payment service providers, which in most of the cases are banks, are obliged to offer at least one interface for third-party access to payment account data, and this is compulsory. This access has to be made available via either standard payment service user interfaces or dedicated interfaces that are complemented with additional requirements and contingency measures. The impact of these regulations has been significant because it effectively has enhanced the level of protection in our everyday transactions. As I said, either with physical presence or e-commerce, So, for example, when we go to a store and want to buy something with a card, and the limits that are this transaction has to take into account to know whether we can do chip and PIN transaction as a strong customer authentication or not, is being regulated by this legislation. The transition to strong customer authentication has had its own struggles. It has been relatively smooth for in-banking solutions, but still has pending issues for e-commerce due to the inherent ecosystem complexity. So you have multiple actors in the ecosystem. You have the payments card schemes, the international or the national ones. You have the merchants, and there are different levels of maturity. Also, a need for significant update of underlying information security infrastructures and solutions. Nevertheless, it has also led to significant market-driven initiatives for standardization in securely accessing open financial information, and which is gradually expanding from payments data APIs to a wider open finance. Key notable initiatives we can report here are the Berlin Group Next Gen PSD2 initiative, which is moving towards open finance as well, and Open Banking Europe initiative, and the ERPB work on the SEPA API access scheme. Now, for ICT and security risk management in the banking, investment and payments sector, apart from the core, let's say, legislation, the EBA guideline on ICT and security risk management, which was published in 2019, effectively covers the key information security areas. As you see here, governance, ICT strategy, information security policy, project and change management, etc. The guideline has repealed and has integrated the PSD2 guideline, which had been published already, by expanding the scope to cover additional types of companies. In parallel, and especially for credit institutions, the single supervisory mechanism has established a cyber incident reporting framework under the existing supervisory regime. Now, for other players in the financial system, for insurance and insurance undertakings, a similar piece of work has been published by EIOPA, which is their own competent authority, and with guidelines on information and communication technology, security and governance last year, covering similar areas and for information security. In general, for companies that fit in the markets in financial instruments, there have been, let's say, operational resilience clauses in the core pieces of legislation, either regulation or directives and their delegated acts, and some of these are to be further streamlined and taken into account and integrated in the upcoming DORA regulation, for which we will talk a little bit more further on. Now, significant attention from the regulatory authorities side has been given to also to outsourcing and third-party risks, especially due to the global expansion of big tech companies, especially in cloud provision for the financial services. Here, as you can see, all three European supervisory authorities have published relevant frameworks on outsourcing. EIOPA and ESMA have focused on cloud, and the areas addressed are more or less the same: assessment of arrangements, definitions and scope, criticality of functions for outsourcing, governance and policies, as well as requirements on the outsourcing process itself. Now, further on, we can also say that the key element of the financial system, and more or less forming its backbone, are the market infrastructures. There are several types of market infrastructures, and the foundation work for information security in this area has been performed by BIS by publishing the Principles for Financial Market Infrastructures in 2012. Information security is addressed as part of Principle 17 on operational risk, but BIS has further on gone into providing additional guidance in this area, and more specific, the most important of which is guidance on cyber resilience of financial market infrastructure, which was published in 2016. These frameworks had to somehow be implemented by the overseers, supervisors, and regulators of financial market infrastructures. So, as far as payment systems go, which are under the competence of the ECB, the ECB published the SIPS regulation for systemically important payment systems, as well as the oversight standards for payment systems in 2016. These key pieces of legislation implement the PFMIs for this type of infrastructure, and the 2017 amendment of the SIPS regulation also explicitly adds requirements for the establishment of a cyber resilience framework. In parallel, work conducted on electronic payment instruments, schemes, and arrangements has also seen a revision for these standards. Last year, in the last quarter of 2020, the new Eurosystem PISA framework had been published, which had gone public consultation up until the end of the last year. A key revision for this framework is to align the existing oversight standards with PFMIs as well. Now, for other types of market infrastructures, central counterparties, trade repositories, and central securities depositories, the PFMIs have been implemented as a rules-based approach in their core regulations, notably EMIR and CSDR, and they're implementing a delegated acts. The BIS guidance on cyber resilience has been implemented as in the form of the cyber resilience oversight expectations, which were published in 2018. They define 3 levels of expectations: evolving, advancing, and innovating. They're a quite concrete piece of document in terms of expectations and the requirements for cyber resilience. As you see in this pyramid, let's say, approach, the evolving expectations from the basic level, which has been implemented by all market infrastructures, and then as we progressively go to the top of the pyramid, additional expectations are added, assuming that the lower levels have been implemented as well. You can see also the areas that have been covered by this framework. Now, another key initiative is the European Framework for Threat Intelligence-Based Ethical Red Teaming, or also known as Cyber EU. It was published by the ECB, and it is designed for supranational authorities and entities that form the core of the financial infrastructure, but can be applicable to entities in any critical sector. The core objective of this framework is to enhance the cyber resilience of entities and of the financial sector at large, standardize and harmonize the way such tests can be performed, provide guidance to authority on how to establish and implement such tests, support cross-border, cross-jurisdictional testing for multinational entities, as well as enable supervisory and oversight equivalence discussion and mutual recognition of tests in cases where the authorities seek to rely on each other's assessment of entities. The framework is currently being implemented in several member states. In addition to that, the Euro Cyber Resilience Board has also introduced a market-driven initiative on cyber information and intelligence sharing. It's called CZU, and the target is to build a community for intelligence and information sharing with objectives to protect the financial system by preventing, detecting, and responding to cyber attacks, facilitating the sharing of information, raising awareness. But the Pan-European financial infrastructure, central banks, critical service providers, and ECE and Europol participate in this initiative. Further on, I would also like to give you a few words on the work conducted by the European Systemic Cyber Group in the concept of the systemic cyber risk, in order to assess whether cyber risk can become systemic, under which conditions, and how the materialization of cyber risk can trigger a systemic financial crisis. For this purpose, the group developed a conceptual systemic cyber risk model, which splits the analysis of a cyber incident into 4 phases: context, shock, amplification, and systemic event, and which has been applied to a range of historical and hypothetical scenarios to reach conclusions. The main outcomes from this framework is that it is indeed conceivable that a cyber incident could involve a systemic financial crisis that threatens financial stability. It would require a severe shock, alignment of amplifiers, and a lack of effective systemic mitigants. And some of the key factors to consider here are concentration risks attributed to critical service providers or critical financial infrastructures, as we mentioned before, as well as common vulnerabilities and how they can be amplified by the inherent interconnectedness of the entities in the system. The group has identified areas of further explanation, where this is work that we're currently doing on assessing the suitability of existing macroprudential instruments in handling such events, identifying gaps, and potentially investigating the need for new tools. Here you can also see the key reports that have been published last year. This is a very recent piece of work in this area. Finally, I will conclude the presentation by a reference to DORA. DORA is the Commission Initiative for Regulation proposal on digital operational resilience for the financial sector. It has been gaining quite attention in the financial system as of last year. It is part of the digital finance package. It has very worthwhile goals, in my view, to harmonize and streamline existing rules on ICT risk management and ICT-related incident reporting. To do this, it will have to also amend existing pieces of regulations and directives, and also introduces new rules on digital testing, information sharing, and management of ICT third parties. The scope is large. 20 types of regulated financial entities are in scope of DORA. It covers areas such as ICT risk management, incident management, classification and reporting, operational resilience testing, also related to the threat-led penetration testing I mentioned before, the management of ICT third-party risk and information sharing. One, let's say, innovation which is being introduced for the first time in DORA is the oversight framework to monitor the digital risk of critical ICT third-party service providers. The European supervisory authorities are to be heavily involved in this, gaining some powers in order to be able to effectively assess whether such a provider is critical, is systemic, and to take action. I hope I was in time.
Yes, you were. I'm sorry, we don't have time for questions, but for sure we have long discussions because besides the known words I had from your wording, and but there is the systemic risk somewhere hide again, and also the lack of the data. I think that it's very challenging to have a model, trusted model, an explainable model to join the two literatures and the two aspects. So Alexandros, I guess that we will have a lot of discussions about that. And thank you again for your presentation. Thank you very, very much.
Invitation.
Thank you. Thank you. So without any other delay, I would like to introduce Professor Yannis Emiris. I have the pleasure to work with Yannis. He's also a member of our cost action, and we expect our collaboration to be a successful one. Yannis, the floor is yours. Thank you very much again for being here. You are mute. You are mute.
Yes. Thanks for the invitation. I'm going to share my screen. With no further ado, this is my talk. Hello, everybody. So I'm going to talk about machine learning approaches and artificial intelligence for studying the digital assets that we've been listening about today. My talk is going to be a bit more technical, but I believe that we need this kind of infrastructure in order to address the issues that were discussed in the previous talk and even earlier in the morning. So as Veni said, we both participate in this cost action, which is very relevant right now. And our collaboration enters in this framework. I'm a professor at the University of Athens, and I'm also affiliated with the Athena Research Center. And I would like to say one word about Athena, because I was recently elected president of the Research Center. So I will soon lead this very exciting organization. I don't know if people know it as much as the activities covered would suggest. So it's the biggest research center in informatics and telecoms, so ICT in general. It has 3 research institutes in Athens, 2 in Athens, 1 in Patras, and a very big group in Xanthi, which used to be a separate institute. Now it's integrated. And it includes also research units that are next to the institutes in order to cover new topics. Coralia is one of these units, and I think many people know Coralia maybe without even knowing Athena. We also have units in climate change, environment, meteorology, and robotics. So the emphasis is, of course, applied research with very successful technology transfer and innovation. Recently, Noetics, maybe you have heard of this spin-off that was bought by Samsung in Marousi. They have their own building now. Very strong presence in European projects, and quite large personnel, in my view. I'm learning these things. So I think Athena is a perfect vehicle for applied research, and it's missing fintech. So I think people in Athena are very interested in what I'm going to discuss right now. They have a long expertise in data science, databases, machine learning, AI, but not so much in the financial applications. Okay, let me go into my talk. The first part has to do with scoring digital assets. So cryptocurrencies is the best example. One of the things that prompted us in studying cryptocurrencies is the fact that many of them could be scam coins, also because we would like to evaluate their health. Okay, so this is not simply predicting the price. It could be predicting the tendency or other questions that I'm going to ask later. For now, the first topic has to do with an indicator of the health. So it's an indicator of the software, of the blockchain that is involved, of the sentiment that people have, and of course of the financial and economic indices. So the contribution here, the originality, is to blend all of the information, all of the criteria that we have about a cryptocurrency into a single score. Okay, and this score can use all these aspects by using weights that the user defines or that the system automatically checks and sets. So that's why I say here that the user has the liberty in our software to define the weights, but also we can use artificial intelligence in order to avoid any bias that the human may have. Okay. So these are the criteria that we are currently using in our software. We have 6 or 7 financial aspects, and sometimes they have to be merged according to MACD or other indicators. We go and look at the blockchain that is behind every cryptocurrency. So there are these so-called blockchain explorers that let you monitor the activity of the blockchain. And this tells us how robust the coin is. And of course, this is a very strong indicator for scam coins when we see that there is no activity, for instance. We also look at the software itself. Typical systems have open source software. Cardano is an exception. It's a healthy coin that is not open. but most of the important coins are open, so we can look at the GitHub, at the source code, at the forks, at the stars. So these are a bit technical aspects. And we also look at the sentiment of the community around the coin. So we do have implementations that listened to the Twitter every day for every coin. Of course, Reddit is very important, as recent developments showed, Facebook and so on. So we have the machinery to listen to all of these sources. And we also integrate the human opinion that can give us some feedback on the white paper or the composition of the team. So this is the results we have. I don't know how easy it is to look at it. So, so this is an example where we have weights on the different pillars that add up to 100, of course. And depending on the weights that the user chooses, we get a score for every coin. Or, as I said, these weights could be automatically selected. Here we have an example back from 2018 when coins were going down. So here we see that our indicators are correlated to the price of this specific coin. So for me, this is a very positive...
Τι είπες, Γιώργο?
Yanis.
Yes, I'll continue.
Yeah.
Yes, so this is a very positive aspect. The fact that here our indices follow. You see here, they go up when this is positive. And we also have an indication that things will go up again at this area here. So our startup is called Pythagoras Systems, and the system is called Claire.ai. Here is an indication that just the technical aspects can give you an idea of the price. So I think this is Bitcoin back again in 2018. So you have to look at the local changes here. So you see, for instance, when there is this big change here, the coin goes down. So can you see my cursor?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Or here, the technical analysis indicates an increase, and indeed we have an increase here. So we have to use the technical analysis for the local changes only. Mm-hmm. And this is Twitter sentiment analysis. We plot three prices, low, high, and close price for Bitcoin, again in 2018. And we see that sentiment kind of precedes changes. Okay, so here sentiment goes up or sentiment goes down, and then the price also goes down. Okay, here sentiment goes up and the price goes up. Okay, so people tend to buy, so they express themselves on the social channels, and they buy, and the price seems to follow with a small lag. Of course, we have to make more statistical studies here, but I think it's very encouraging that we can trace the changes. Okay, so that was the first part of my talk. Already in this, as I said, we use neural networks for the automatic weighting of the weights. And I'll use even more neural networks in the second part of the talk. So this is just a primer, very short, one slide, saying that we consider both kinds of neural networks that are very popular today. The classical neural networks are feed-forward. They are like this one. So information flows in one direction from the yellow layer to the green layer, the next green layer, and then to the red layer. But then there are these recurrent neural networks where information can go back or can cycle within a certain layer. So you see here in the green layer, you have information that comes back to the same layer because this gives a memory to the system. And this is very important for phenomena that are time dependent. So when people study time series, these recurrent neural networks have proved to be instrumental. And for the past few years, they are the state of the art. And this is their main use. And this is how we also use them in order to trace and monitor time series, so time-dependent phenomena. So let's see how we used these neural networks to study cryptocurrencies. So more specific things. So the first thing was to study the daily change. So the local tendency of coins. We used these recurrent neural networks that I mentioned. And we used, as you know, these are supervised learning models, which means that we have to give it a lot of examples, and then we let it predict the future. In this example, it is back in 2017 and 18, where there was the first, not the current, increase in price. And we trained our model in a history of about 2 years. So we gave this information to our model, and we let it predict that big increase back in 2018. And the accuracy was 72%. I think that was a success story because the model learned during a period of very low prices and small changes, and it managed to predict most of the ups and some downs of the price. So blue are the correctly predicted days. So it predicts that the coin will go up the next day. It's a binary outcome. It does not give us the final price. This will come later, but our main, so this is more mature as a model for us. We just classify up or down. We did another experiment where we trained our model on Bitcoin, Litecoin, and Ethereum, and we asked the model to predict another Bitcoin, Dash. So this is a much harder task for machine learning because you have to do transfer. You have to transfer the knowledge from these 3 guys to another one. And accuracy was, of course, lower, but still interesting. So 65% is still good, in my opinion, because you do transfer. Okay. Then we used a deeper network. As you know, the standard common wisdom today in artificial intelligence is that the deeper the network, the more predictive power it has. So here we combined the classical feed-forward networks, which are these layers, the blue layer here and the final blue layer, with recurrent neural networks. We used 2 kinds of recurrent neural networks, this by LSTM and LSTM. Okay, we have a paper on that if people need more details. And then we have some techniques of throwing out some nodes. Okay, this is part of the art of deep learning. And again, training was, okay, maybe more than 3 years. Testing was 1 year exactly. And accuracy rose to 78% almost. So this tells us that deep learning actually works in this example, okay? And I compare with one of the very good papers in the literature back in 2018, that accuracy was barely above half. Okay, so this I called compound model because it uses both feed-forward and recurrent neural networks. This is how Claire AI shows the results. So in this, actually on the software, we have a third, we classify into 3 categories. The neutral outcome, which is when the price stays within 1% of the previous day. So it's hard to catch, but sometimes, most of the time we catch it. So positive is if it rises more than 1%, negative if it lowers more than 1%, and neutral if it stays in. So Claire AI gives you this picture. I don't know if these days we are going under some changes of the software. I don't think it's working today, but this is the kind of user interface we have. And it was operational until recently. It will come up tomorrow or the day after, if it's not working. We did more experiments. We applied our neural network to further coins. So again, it's a problem of transfer learning. And we tried to predict other coins, although the network was trained on Bitcoin exclusively. It manages to predict other coins, not very well for most of them, but for some of them, it goes up to 71, up to 89%. So again, this is a problem of transfer learning, which is a very hard question for the network. Nobody would do it in practice, right? In practice, you would train on the network, on the coin that is important. But this is an interesting experiment for us to see how smart the network is, how adaptive the network is. We also did experiments in order to understand the importance of every feature or group of features by distorting a feature, and then we check how the accuracy diverges. And we managed to conclude on the groups of features that I mentioned at the beginning, how important they are. And also I have a list of individual features, how important they are based on this distortion. And maybe the most important comes at the end. It is the last application of our models in actually forecasting the price. So this is a standard regression problem. So the actual price is green. It's again back in 2018 and 2019 when Bitcoin was going down about 2 years ago. And the forecasting of our model is in red. So it's interesting to see that it's doing pretty well. It has an input of 3 days before the actual forecast. It's using only 6 of the features that I mentioned, the most important ones. And statistically, it gives this kind of error. So the mean squared error is 0.0012, and the mean average percent error is 7.3%. So this is the actual statistics that one has to consider. Now, if you want to, so sometimes, most of the time I get the question from practitioners, how often do you get the price? So we get the price depending, what does it mean to get the price? So if we want to be very close to the price, I would say 60% of the time we get it within something like less than 5% error. If the error is larger, we get it more than 65% of the days. Okay, so this is better to look at the statistics here, MSC and NAPA. We can talk. I can talk for a long time on this slide. For instance, it's interesting to see that our model tends to overestimate. Most of the errors are above the green line. Okay, we seldom underestimate, which means that we have to calibrate the model a little bit better. But I think it's pretty encouraging. So I see my time is running, and I will conclude with current work. As I said, we think our machine, our model is very interesting in catching scams. It is also instrumental in KYC and AML, which is the next talk with my collaborator, Alex Anastasiou. And we also transferred this knowledge. We took pretty much the same network with a few changes in order to predict the wind speed, which is another time-dependent phenomenon, and the wind energy, which is very important in Greece today. And we put a lot of energy in this aspect, and we are doing pretty well. We are writing the paper, but I can tell you the paper that I presented already. It was in a blockchain conference a year and a half ago, and last year it was published by Springer. So these are my co-authors, a PhD student and a master student. And of course, we got the financial and technical advice from Alex Anastasiou. So you can find this paper online, or you can send me an email if you're interested. I think I'll stop here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Yanis. Quite interesting, and for sure we will have more presentations on that. Recall that this conference is not just a day, we have 2 days more. in a month, in 2 months. Okay, so let's have our next speaker, Alexis Anastasiou. We cannot hear you.
Now you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello. Thank
Hi.
you for the invitation. I'm really excited to be working with people like Yanis in such exciting and I would say even critical issues. Let me share my screen. I will be. Yanis his presentation was about the quality of the digital assets. My presentation will be about the quality of the users. The users, whether they are buyers of cryptocurrency or buyers of stock or just the clients, the customers of traditional banks. Let me go to the next slide. So it is evident even from our conference itself that financial institutions and organizations are offering more and more online services. There is a very clear tendency in moving transactions and the whole processes online. And there is another very clear trend that automation has to be involved, or even if not automation per se, but augmenting processes in order to streamline them. And even established institutions which tend to be, I dare say, old school and not very creative or disruptive are now following more and more those trends. I think it's just yesterday's news that the oldest bank in the United States is adopting Bitcoin. So we have almost everybody in the industry, meaning the more modern banks, the online exchanges, of course, initial coin offerings, even IPOs in the more traditional sense, and public authorities, which are moving their services and operations online. So there is a significant common ground between the most cutting edge and disruptive decentralized finance applications, the modernization of existing institutions, and the streamlining of finance as we know it. Of course, it's with new technologies and the practices those new technologies bring that there are new risks that emerge. Up until recently, there was a kind of Wild West environment in the cryptocurrencies market, which Claire AI tried to also mitigate those risks by informing the best possible way the users of cryptocurrencies. But at the same time, there are new kinds of possible frauds or identity theft, or even to be in more serious cases, money laundering, hackings of exchanges, even those people who have lost their funds because of missing private key, and of course fraud in the more old school way. So what we intended to do is provide a way to, at the same time, streamline the KYC, AML, and the CTF systems and increase their success, how they could be handling the aforementioned issues, not only in the the new domain of cryptocurrencies and fintech, but also in the existing, the older domain of banking, stock exchange brokerage companies, and in a way, wherever KYC checks are needed. And of course, last but not least, the user experience tends to be very poor. All the customers are complaining about bureaucratic and slow processes. And at the same time, there are significant costs for the organizations themselves in terms of simply man-hours, overheads, the sheer size of the organizations, and even real estate, where you have to deal with a customer, you are paying some kind of rent or real estate cost. Also, it is the current situation we are all facing with the COVID-19 pandemic. It is evident that there was a rush to move to online practices without physical presence, since physical presence in itself is a risk. As the joke goes, the digital transformation is not led by the CEO or the CTO, but by the COVID in our times. So even banks are fast adapting by offering online registration to their customers. And of course, they need to still comply to the regulations regarding KYC and AML/CTF, counter-terrorism funding. It is interesting that even the public authorities, even the Greek tax authorities, which are an extreme example, are trying to adapt and offer services online, avoiding any physical meetings or visits to their offices. It is very interesting that in order to identify the users, the government sites were initially using the identification and, of course, KYC of the banks themselves. So it is evident by all those issues and challenges that automated and augmented processes are definitely the way ahead. Furthermore, as it was stated a little bit earlier by Alexandros in his, I would say, pretty intimidating speech about the regulations and the legislation. It must be handled that there are a kind of uncharted waters which need to be very fast, to become very fast compliant to the regulations. Here we have the help, as always, the help of technology. We believe, and that's why we have researched and created the Blocktopus, that the adoption of the online financial technologies will reduce the friction and will reduce the risk itself without compromising in any way the regulations and the risks that are always connected to financial transactions. And of course, it's the case of cryptocurrencies that since they are becoming more and more institutional, there is a need for all the existing cryptocurrency holders and the organizations, decentralized or otherwise, to conform and retain all the KYC AML records that were processed during the ICO, the initial coin offerings, or other forms of subscriptions to the digital assets. So, to summarize, the challenges are the user experience currently is very poor. The costs are very high, so both the supplier and the customer face problems. The organizations are moving more and more in the online domain, and the risks are increasing with the new, let's say, products. The solutions to this are, of course, faster approval of the KYC checks and sharing of the KYC checks between different organizations and platforms. So in essence, when I have a KYC check for a bank, this could be transferred to an organization offering a digital asset without any more effort from my side, and at the same time the bank would transform a cost center, meaning the KYC checks, to a profit center by selling them to another organization, of course under all the GDPR, etc. regulations. This process could also be automated or augmented depending on the exact case in the regulation. And the connectivity to all the AML and the CTF databases would be actually achieved in very high speeds. The speeds we're talking about are milliseconds. I will show you the next slides. So Blocktopus is offering a one-stop KYC AML CTF solution. The process can be fully automated. In case of need to adhere to for the regulatory compliance, it can be human supervised or just machine augmented. In any case, it will be much faster and cheaper, even if it's just machine augmented. Also, the platform itself offers the ability to share this information between organizations and different platforms, even if they are in a way different industries. So the users can have the list number of KYC submissions and reviews. Of course, there is a lot of, let's say, reading involved. So we are using machine learning for the optical character recognition. And of course, in order to compare the actual identification with the identification documents, we're using state-of-the-art facial detection and mapping. It has been tested in very hard when in cases of digital assets where many users are submitting their KYC documents in parallel, and they expect very fast turnover time. So it has been designed from scratch to a fully scalable and fast cloud architecture. Furthermore, which is even more difficult and sometimes not adhered to even by the banks, the AML CTF checks need to be updated. So in the case of Blocktopus, those checks are run in the background, and so if the tables, the lists are updated by the global authorities, then the recipient of the KYC check approval will be informed immediately. So this is what we see as the review panel. You see the user IDs and whether there are documents pending or reviewed. So this is what the user of the platform sees. And this is the let's say the file of a specific user where you have all the documents submitted, whether the checks have been passed, and this is where the human comes into action to supervise and give the sign off to the KYC review if needed. Here is an example of actually the inventor of Blocktopus, that an AI algorithm is checking the face, his face compared to his passport. It would be tricky even for a human with the passport. There is some glare there, and the characteristics look a little bit different, but it is in many cases AI is better. Very important that it can be the platform can be embedded into any existing web application of the provider. So the web banking of a bank or the web page of cryptocurrency. And now a bit more technological issues, that how it is built and designed. It's all the systems that are used and integrated are state of the art, and of course offer a full scalability and are by default run globally. No, there is no dependence on local servers. You can see that there is the Amazon Web Services and the structure of the different modules interacting. This is the most of the main features, but I would go to the third bullet from the end, which shows the service speed, which, as I said earlier, is in the level of milliseconds. So imagine that the moment the user uploads his documents, in 1/5 of a second, there is at least a preliminary approval, and I say preliminary in case of a need for stricter regulatory compliance. A few things about the team. You can see the upper left corner, Mr. Sakos, the guy with the passport. He's the founder and of course the chief technical officer of Blocktopus. It's me. I'm a co-founder, a very early investor. Yannis Emiris, who gave this excellent presentation about Claire earlier. We have an amazing technical advisor from Canada, actually, one of the best guys in digital assets and integration of such systems. Also a professor from the university, Mr. Gounopoulos, who has acted and acts as a scientific advisor, and Dimitra, a developer, and Chrysanthi, who is in charge of operations. Thank you very much. There is not much time, but I would be happy if Veni agrees to take any questions.
Of course, actually, I have questions. Let me start. Do you have a general comment about Greek market? This is something we discussed. We have already discussed. We know, you know that there are needs The market, it's not just the 4 systemic banks, either smaller banks, but there are brokerage firms, securities firms, blah, 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 blah. And they have to live somehow to survive. The fees are not enough. The market is struggling. And from the other side, there is a lot of regulation. They have to adapt. Now there's the corona, but actually corona, I think it's an excuse for our miserable situation. But anyway, but can you
yes,
let me say with two points, a comment about the Greek market, about your market. I mean, who are your peers and your competitors, and how you try to find the to gain market share from the standard providers of such solutions to financial institutions.
of course. I believe that the Greek market has suffered for a very long time, especially if we are talking about equity brokerage firms. They are suffering for the last 20 years from the boom and bust of 1999. And I believe that by making things much less bureaucratic and more, in a way, comfortable, meaning that I'm now borrowing from the digital assets, so that you have a very nice site, you describe very nicely your product, and at the same time you submit those documents I described earlier. They were in the review panel, and you can have an account within seconds, literally. I believe that this would mean the difference between survival or not for the smaller equity brokerage firms in Greece. It is evident with applications like Robinhood, for example, and the whole Reddit and GameStop and hedge funds losing billions of dollars, that the masses are ready to embark on this fintech, I dare say it, revolution. It needs to be done in a very easy, but at the same time, not risky way. It's very easy to have, as I said, a Wild West situation. So I believe that even more traditional institutions, such as brokerage firm, which is around since the Sophocles or earlier, where they were yelling at the floor of the stock exchange, that they could benefit from such practices. I believe we are the only platform which addresses both digital assets. To be honest, we started from the digital assets, but we found how the practices of the digital assets could not jeopardize but enhance the experience, both from the side of the customer and the institution, of traditional, of old school finance. So there are a few competitors that are in the digital assets market, but none who is willing and also addressing the traditional financial sector.
Okay. I see. Okay. Any other question? No? Okay, let's thank again Alexis. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks, and let's have a break. We are back in 50 minutes. See you then. our panel session and myself. So I will show you, I will present 2 use cases prepared by our network, and here is also our GitHub. So it's, as you know, it's open to everybody, and you can be informed about our events, the use cases, and anything else you need to know. When we say use cases, we have some rules in order a paper to be assumed as a use case. It has to be published, open source, to provide the data, the code, so everything is clear and transparent. You may have your own data set, and you can get the code and apply your own data set and get your results. The use cases are on blockchain, artificial intelligence, and machine learning. So it's a very broad topics. Also, there are other papers that are not qualified as use cases. Nevertheless, they are very important too. Papers on policy, survey papers, working papers. The best thing you can do is just click on the link and navigate yourself. If you have any question, you can ask me or the author of the authors of the paper, and for sure we will get back to you. Another thing that it's very important to us is the evaluation of the use cases. And that's why I will remind you again to fill the evaluation form after the end of this conference in order to have your feedback. We don't mind if it's a hard one. This is good for us because we try to be better. And also it's very crucial for the reporting because, as you know, as a European project, we report to the Commission, and the best thing is to have the evaluation from the audience. So the first use case is the FRM. And when you will fill the evaluation form, this is the use case for FRM, a financial risk meter. So, FRM, what's FRM? It's the financial risk meter, a systemic risk measure, accounting for links and mutual dependencies between financial institutions. Many other risk measures have been proposed and used in practice. For example, VIX is an implied volatility-based measure, but not reflecting the joint tail event dynamics. So utilizing the tail event information and based on lasso quantile regression is designed to capture the tail event co-movements. FRM detects systemic risk at selected areas and identifies the risk factors. We identify companies with extreme co-stress and activators of stress. So we present FRM for US, the FRM Americas, and the FRM for Europe as main examples. Additionally, we have the FRM of Euro area and the FRM iTrax, which can be extended also to bonds and credit default swaps. So, Let me briefly describe you the methodology and the estimation. Suppose we have K, Y1, Y2, Yk, the number of firms or the financial indices. Actually, Y is the return, for example, the daily return. And we want to examine their tail dependencies. So we also incorporate M macro variables, x1, x2, xm, for a period of, let's say, t capital. So the idea is not to use a standard regression, but a quantile regression. A quantile regression also assuming a lasso specification. Lasso is this part. This is the part of the regression which actually penalize and identifies the factors that actually matter. So lasso and other regressions of this type forces some betas to be zero. That's why it's very popular in sparse problems. So problems with models with a lot of zeros. And lambda specifically is the penalization parameter, and rho is a function. So additionally, instead of running the regression for the entire period, we use rolling windows of length, let's say, n. So for the period 1 up to t, we have rolling regressions of size n. So what we do, we run the optimization for each of the J subsamples, and we obtain an optimal lambda for each of these subsamples. FRM is defined as the average of lambdas over the set of the K firms for all the subsamples 1 to J. So FRM may therefore be used to quantify the high and the low joint tail events risks arising from single companies. Standard FRM is the average of the penalty parameters, and focusing on the empirical distribution in addition to the average penalty parameters enables to search to the researchers and the practitioners to identify companies with relative high value of lasso parameter, lambda, which, as we said before, is an indicator of joint tail event risk. So financial institutions with high lambda J are high co-stress entities. Those with a larger number of marginal impact on others are activators of other identified activated entities. So let's move to our application. We have the FRM at Americas, at US, which is composed of financial institutions from S&P and the Canadian TSX Toronto Composite Index, resulting in almost 600 financial institutions. And also we get 6 macroeconomic risk factors with daily data from 2000 up to 2019. And the estimation results are available from April 2000 until early July 2019. Obviously, we miss a part due to the rolling window. Same for the FRM Europe is composed of financial institution from S&P 600 Europe index, presenting 289 companies from 17 European countries and are more heterogeneous compared to FRM Americas. Also, we use 7 macroeconomic risk factors, and the daily data ranges from 2000 to 2019. Again, the estimation results are available from March 31, 2000 until July 10th, 2019. Here is the index for the US and the Europe. And as you can see up here and here, where is the financial crisis of 2008, we see that the FRM also has an uptick, and it shows that it captures the sentiment of the market. So if we had the plot of the VIX, we would have a similar behavior in terms of an extreme event. The added value of the FRM, as we said, is that it focuses on tail events. Another difference with respect to VIX, which is the most common use index of the fear, is that a VIX is focused only on S&P 500, and also it has a forward-looking behavior, as it's based on the options written on the S&P. Okay. Let's now move to our next use case. Just to mention again that you may navigate to our GitHub and find in detail all the methodology behind the 2 use cases, all the use cases and the code. What I try to do is to give you the intuition and the general idea behind the use case. So now we come to the use case number 6. It's the cyber risk ordering with rank-based statistical models. And as we saw and we know, cyber risk it can be identified as any risk emerging from intentional attacks on information and communication technology systems that compromises the confidentiality, the availability, and the integrity of data and services. What is problematic with the cyber risk in terms of research is the limited availability of cyber loss data, which are typically not disclosed. Even when they are disclosed, they are often expressed in terms of order levels of severity, such as low, medium, or high severity. Unfortunately, the ordinal classification of risk prevents the calculation of the value at risk. So although ordinal data cannot be used to calculate the value at risk, they can be used to rank a risk by their criticality. So to prioritize the interventions and therefore trigger mitigating actions. In brief, the methodology used, ordinal data for cyber risk measurement can be summarized by means of a pair of statistics for each event type. So we have the frequency of the event, how many times it has occurred, and the severity. The mean observed loss at the same period. So to understand also the causes that may determine cyber risk, the severity can be associated with a set of explanatory variables, such as the type of the attacker, the technique of the attack, the victim type, and the geographical area where the event has occurred. Then, based on the available data, a statistical model can learn which variables are significant to predict the severity level and what are their estimated impact and importance. What we have here, let y capital be a random variable that indicates the severity of the cyber event, which can assume to have k possible levels. So what we do is we use a transformation. So y can be transformed, assigning a rank R1 to the smallest one, and then a rank of the highest one to the following categories. And based on this transformation, the ordinal y variable can be re-expressed into a rank response variable defined as R, and we have the ordered transformed y variable. So we have an event, let's say of severity y1. How many times I have it? That's why we have y1, n1 times, and then y2, and so on and so forth. So given the explanatory variables x, a regression model for R can be specified, again assuming the standard assumption of the regression. We have the independent variables, the dependent R, and the standard assumptions for the error variable. So the best model is then selected by minimizing the root mean square prediction error. Let now y be the vector of the observed variables in the response of the variable y capital in the test set, and let y hat be the vector of the corresponding predicted values. So now let R hat indicate the non-decreasing ranks of y hat. In the context of cyber risk management, the response variable y can be replaced by the rank variable R. And then we proposed in the paper rank graduation accuracy measures. Regarding the data, we use a database from Clusit, which consists of 6,000, almost 7,000 worldwide observation on cyber attacks from 2011 to 2017. Just to mention here that Clusit is a part of University of Milan, and it's a data set that we can trust because, as we said before, the cyber attack data are very hard to find. So we focus on a homogeneous set of data observed in 2017. The reason for choosing 2017 is that just we have the most data there. So we have 808 cyber attacks. So the severity levels are reported by type of attacker, technique of attacks, victims, and the country of origin. And as you can see from the graph here, we have the different types, and also we have the severity level. Blue is the more important, yellow the less one, and the gray comes third. So what we do now is we run two models actually. The first model uses the type of the cyber attack, and also we discriminate among different geographical regions. So we have US, Asia, Europe, and Oceania. And here we have the estimated model and the p-values. So this is the full model, this is the reduced model. The difference between them is that the second model does not take into account the region. As you can see from the column here of the p-values, even in the full model, the regional, the variable of the region is not statistically significant. On the other hand, values, p-values less than 5% are statistically significant, which is also almost all the cases for the rest of the variables, both for the full model and the reduced model. The idea also is to see the sign of the parameters. So you can discriminate between the parameters that play a role, the direction, and this is what we have here. So this is the end of the use cases for today. I will much appreciate any comments right now, just to have you know, a first impression of our use cases. Any question, please? Any question? No? Okay. So let's go to our final session. Peter?
Thank you, Benny.
Hi. We have Peter. Yep.
So, do you see my shared screen?
Yes, of course we do.
That's great. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. So thank you, Veni, for the opportunity to present and to be at least virtually in Athens. Yeah. I would love to be also physically there. So this last part of today is a link to a related large European project in the form of a cost action. This cost action also spans over 30 European countries. The objective is to improve the transparency of the financial industry in several aspects. One of these aspects is investments. So we have a specific working group. The whole project comes in 3 working groups. Investments is one of them. And we just started this initiative. It will go until 2024. And the, say, trigger for us in this working group is, say, our joint experience that in the financial industry, in the financial markets, say, investment product research has not a good reputation and is considered to be unreliable. So if you try to propose a new investment product with a backtest, then you will usually hear from investors, okay, please come back if you have a live track record. Yeah? So the typical experience, also if you yourself believe in your product and in your research process, is that it's very hard to raise assets if you have only a backtest, even if you have a very concise and clean research process. But actually, no one, almost no one, will believe it, and a live track record has much more credibility. So what we see here in the chart is, say, a comparison between the live performance of the average of 215 rule-based strategies that are offered by investment banks, and this is substantially lower than in the previous backtest phase. So this was what actually triggered the setup of our working group. The objectives of this working group are sorted in longer term and shorter term goals. So the longer term goals obviously would be to come up with a mitigation, probably via analytic toolkits, to improve this transparency and to provide a kind of a standard. The shorter term goals are more on a regional level, to have the fact finding before, to identify issues of transparencies, and also to discuss and to get an overview over the local regulation to be able to shape the scope of this working group. And how we encouraged our network to do so is to use the local contacts to involve investors and also product vendors, to involve also external stakeholders. We involved the CFA Institute, and I see that Veni also already involved the Greece CFA Institute, which is the most important association of investment professionals. They committed their interest to support us and to engage with us. We also have cross-network events beyond that. And of course, from a scientific and academic perspective, we also want to build research consortia to apply for grant applications to do also technical work. So this event today is great for us to have, especially this contact to local professionals. And Veni invited 4 guys. It's Konstantinos Kondakis, Yanis Ritzios, and Dimitris Stefanopoulos to discuss with me today about their viewpoint. And I would like to ask you, Konstantinos, to start with introducing yourself.
Yes, hello to everybody, and thank you very much for inviting me on this panel. I am Konstantinos Kondakis. I am the Chief Investment Officer of Piraeus Asset Management Mutual Fund Company. We're a mutual fund company that has assets under management higher than 2 billion euros. We are in a very high growth phase the last few years, despite the economic crisis in Greece and also the Corona crisis. And we are very happy about this. The major driving forces, of course, are the low interest rates and the very professional work we do here in Piraeus Group as a whole, Veni included in this very, very good team. And so I'm really happy to be able to address what is being going on in terms of transparency in the financial industry, in the asset management industry. But let me stop here and just pass the panel to the other participants so we can all introduce ourselves and then we go into the discussion deeper. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
So Yanis, do you like to continue?
Thank you, Peter. Can you hear me? Because
yes,
I don't hear my voice. Okay. Thank you for the invitation. It's a great chance, both the academia and the practitioners, to meet, discuss, and brainstorm and find ways how to improve the investment products. And of course, we have a lot of regulation during the last years and a lot of regulation coming. But of course, new ideas that may form this regulation and make it more applicable and easier to understand and more added value for the investors. It's always welcome, and that's why we're here to discuss. Having said that, my role in this team is that I'm also a practitioner. I'm working for MBG Asset Management in Athens. My role is head of discretionary asset management, where I'm managing money mainly for pension funds. But I also have a second role in MBG Asset Management Luxembourg, where I'm managing director and board member. And there is where I feel more the power of regulation and how is imposing continuously new requirements and with the objective to make it, I suppose, more transparent for investors and more fair for everybody. So thank you for this introduction, and we'll continue in the second round.
Dimitris, you also like to?
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon. I would like to thank you, Peter and Veni, for inviting me on this panel to share our thoughts about transparency in financial products, investment products. I work for a few things about myself. I work for Alpha Trust. We are the largest independent asset manager in Greece. I help oversee 1.3 billion euros. Most of it is in institutional mandates, mostly pension funds. as well as private clients and mutual funds. Of course, we as Konstantinos and Yannis said before, have faced during the last years the exponential increase of regulation, and with all these things in mind, we have to assess the transparency of the product so that we clarify what to choose to invest for on behalf of our clients. So that's all for me for the moment, and please go on.
Thank you very much. So what input or what thoughts do you have for our projects? What should be basically the problems we should focus on, and what should be the objectives of our transparency initiative from your viewpoint? Who would like to start?
Can I start?
Sure. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Up to now, we have talking about funds. We have a usage regulation. We have MiFID, which they try to create transparency. And if you took the kids of a fund, you can see there that there is a reference to investment objective, to investment policy, to the benchmark it follows, and should more or less imitate the performance or overperform it. Then there is a risk section where different risks are identified, mainly the market risk, where the innovation was there to create a risk scale from 1 to 7 and create a transparency when you buy a product to know on a rough way what is the risk level, but also there is reference to other kind of risk depending on the funds, if it's credit, if there's credit risk, currency risk, derivatives, operation, different types of risk. So it seems that looking both at investments and risk is, when we talk about transparency, is more quantified than investments. Mm-hmm. We have different metrics who can measure risk. We have value at risk. So it's more measurable and more easy to understand what is the risk level. However, going back to the investments, there it's more qualitatively described. You have an objective, which is a statement, and then you have a policy, which is a more detailed analysis, but all of them are mainly qualitative. So what is missing in this transparency maybe is a way to quantify this investment part of the investment, this this return of the investment strategy component. So trying to see how transparency can be introduced, maybe the first thing is to make a universe of where we can focus, which products we should focus. And it seems that maybe not all of these products can be candidates immediately, because you need to start from something that is rule-based. So some beta type ETFs may be the first candidates to start with, maybe some structured products, and maybe the new coming ESG products that will have a kind to create a taxonomy or a way to describe this. So the first thing is the products. The second thing is we have to find out is why we have to do this. Maybe the reason is to compare the strategies, or to understand better understand the return distribution or the return potential of a fund, and when it goes, things can go wrong, or when things can go very good for the fund and the investors. And maybe something which is very critical in some type of structural rule-based product, sometimes there is a path, and there's a path dependence that maybe investors are not aware of this when they invest, and if it happened to follow the wrong path, they never make money. So this is another way of transparency. So maybe if some standard sets of tests, with some standard stress tests like in risk, that can be used to explore the return distribution and the different paths of the investments, and good and bad scenarios. Maybe this would be a transparent way to explain to investors more about the return of the fund. So I think this is my understanding and my points for this transparency. So I leave the space, the podium to the other participants to also say this.
Right. May I continue?
Sure.
Right. I completely agree with what Yanis just said. I would like to add on these very, very important and to the point remarks that we need to have a real clarity as to what exactly we create as a product. And this needs to be also conveyed to the clients that, as we know, the retail clients are supposed to not know anything about finance. So we need to be very able to clarify exactly what this product means and is about, and also have comparability and consistency, both in its returns and in its contents, and of course in its risk metrics. So in this way, we are going to avoid things like a greenwashing in the ESG products, let's say in the green products, in the climate products. Everybody has a climate product these days. But if you look into the products, deeper into the products, there is a lot of greenwashing going on around. So, of course, one major thing about transparency is regulation. And I think that the European Union, through European Commission, with a new regulation of sustainable finance disclosure regulation, SFDR, abbreviated, is to the right direction on this, meaning that they are going to have standardized and codified metrics on what is a product we call climate change or transition or even ESG criteria based product. So I think that one is the regulation. This is an example. The ESG space is just an example on what transparency can do through the regulatory bodies and the supervisory authorities. But apart from this, the most difficult part, of course, is in its practice, meaning that data collection practices need to be also transparent and streamlined, either through regulation or through free market practices. We need to know what kinds of data every product is collecting and puts it under its own microscope in order to create the portfolio to sell the product to the clients. I think that this is addressed also by the EU taxonomy that also Yanis referred to earlier, meaning that every company nowadays, and actually from Q4 2021, will be obliged, every listed company in the EU will be obliged to report, apart from the financial statements, the non-financial statements, and focusing on the climate impact that the company has, not only in its production facilities, but also in its day-to-day operations. Even if a company is a bank like ours that does not have production facilities, but is a services company, they need to report what kind of emissions, CO2 emissions they produce and how they are going to reduce them. I think that this is a major step towards transparency and also towards doing good in the society as a whole. Upon this, there's a very large variety, very wide variety of products that can be created and launched upon these two regulations that come from the European Union. And in my opinion, they are one of the rare regulations that really create business and not hinder business like they usually do through bureaucratic practices. And one last remark, of course, this data collecting business, which is a very large and difficult part to be done only by a business like ours or like a bank, might also be a very nice idea to to cooperate with universities and try to find a common ground in order to help each other build upon the data collecting business, and then be able to convey this into and transform it into a business product. I think I'll stop here. I can talk for hours, but I think I'll stop here to pass the chamber to Dimitris.
Thank you, Constantine. I agree with Konstantinos as well as Yannis. My point of view is that as far as the backtesting and returns are concerned, I think the regulator ESMA should cooperate with the academia and build a framework in the form of a software that should be available to all managers, so that there should be a uniform method to backtest and check the products, so that all would have the same information, and that would be beneficial to the fund managers and the investors as well. Another issue that we should address, for example, in the ESG universe, is that there should be more uniformity between the vendors, and so as to avoid greenwashing, as Konstantinos has said, and so that things should be more transparent regarding to the investments. But all this regulation should not be bad for the fund managers. You should have the time to assess the return of the product, so not only the characteristics, so as not to see only the risk aspect of the products, but the return aspect as well. So just looking at the VAR is not sufficient, I think.
So thank you very much, you all. This was already very thought through, your input. It's great that you are even pointing to new issues in products that have not been so much discussed in the press. I mean, currently, of course, there are substantial inflows into green products, and it's correct that I think it's great to mention that even industry practitioners see the need to say improve the quality and prevent greenwashing. And now, what do you think are the roles between academic research, between say formal regulation, and between initiatives from the industry and say organized by industry associations like a CFA Institute? So would you recommend us now to start, say, a project just with an academic mindset, or would you encourage us to also incorporate more industry associations? So what do you think, who should be in the lead in such a project, and at which stage should we then involve regulators?
I think before we involve the regulator, we have to understand what is the path to creating a process from product development to product testing. So we are talking here how to test a product, but there is no any regulation on how you develop a product. Maybe this should be maybe we have to propose, or you propose, a kind of process which starts from how you build a product and how you test it, because there is nothing that the regulator has touched in this. And it will be very difficult to touch the test side only if it's not, if there are no rules in how you develop it.
Mm-hmm.
However, having said that, if you try to over-regulate how you develop things, then you cannot have any imagination and any unique and innovative products anymore. Maybe this is a drawback for innovation, but somehow you should create a kind of framework from product development to product testing.
Mm-hmm. So it's not only a kind of technical toolkit, but it's also a process issue, right?
It's a process issue, yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. So I think this is already a good insight. So what would be the pitfalls in such a project? So what do you think we should keep in mind when we follow up now with, say, practitioners and also with industry associations? Are there also, say, is there a danger that we focus maybe too early on a specific niche of products, and that we get then lost and do not follow, say, a broader development? So how can we make sure that we really focus ourselves on the right issues? How would you do it?
I would say that the initiator of this cooperation between business and academia might be a good idea to be the business side.
Mm-hmm.
So they know which products they feel are going to be, because business is profit maximizer, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they should know which products might be able to generate profits for them.
Mm-hmm.
And then go to the academia and ask specific requests
mm-hmm.
on let's say data collection or whatever else
mm-hmm.
they feel that the academia will be able to assist them,
mm-hmm.
and also find new ways of examining the products.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say econometrics or
mm-hmm.
econometric models, new modeling, and things that business might not be able to follow as they evolve through time.
Mm-hmm.
And then as a last resort, after the cooperation has produced something, then as a last resort, they should go to the regulator and standardize the process.
Mm-hmm.
This my opinion is that the initiation should come from the business world.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And do you also
to avoid the pitfalls that you say?
Yes, that's a good point. Thank you. And do you think it's also realistic to involve asset owners? Or do you think they are not yet, or they probably don't want to publicly comment on things like that?
This is true what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
This is how things are in Greece, but also in Europe in general.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Because of history.
Yeah.
I think they should be involved, of course, because through these standardized and comparable and consistent processes, they will be able also to relay into the society what exactly they do.
Mm-hmm.
Because people feel that they are just pension funds, they are just asset owners. They collect our money and then they give them to the asset managers to manage, and they do not have any real role in the society. I think that this is very wrong. They as they collect pension, as they collect funds from various employees and businesses across all Europe, and everything is now going into the defined contribution schemes. They really need to also illustrate into society that the funds they collect they are coming back into society through the asset managers. This is a difficult thing to convey, but I think that this is imperative to be done in order also to increase their own footprint on society.
And their ownership, probably, yeah, for the whole process.
Of course.
Okay, so thank you very much. Are there at this point any questions or comments from the audience? I think now it's a great opportunity to also involve the audience. I'm sure there are also other scientists or practitioners or governmental officers who might have a view on this. So this does not seem to be the case. So thank you very much. Then it's, I think, time for me to say a big thank you to the 3 panelists. These were great and very well structured insights. And this is a great input for our project. At the same time, I would like to advertise the next working group meeting of our project. You can join at this meetup link that I have on my slide. And I will also send the slides to Benny afterwards for her to distribute then to all delegates. So thank you very much.
Did you have a question or not? There was something like a question in the chat.
Okay. I didn't see it. Just a moment. A chat question. At the moment, the only EU rules applicable are related to MiFID, MiFIR provisions on product governance and PRIPS regulations. Yes, right. And there was also mention about UCITS funds. And for UCITS funds, to my knowledge, it's explicitly forbidden to present even any say non-live results, and even the live results for a track record below 1 year, right? So the current regulation, in some form, it's even prevents to give more insights about information that would be available from the research project, from the research phase of the product. So thank you for this comment. And now I would like to give back to Benny. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Just bear with me for 1 more minute, please. Okay. So, can you see my screen? Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I want also to advertise our next day of the meeting. Okay, let me see full screen. Our next day is on March 12th. We are very honored to have Dirk Knippelt as a keynote speaker. His talk will be about central bank digital currencies. And you are all welcome not only to attend, but also to present your work, to chair maybe a session, and give your feedback. Just to say thanks to some important people. I will start from the beginning. I want to thank Yannis Tournaras, the governor of Bank of Greece, who was the first who believed in our cause. Also the Hellenic Capital Market Commission and the Cyprus Exchange security, the chair, Dr. Lazarakou, and Dimitra Kalogiru for Greece and Cyprus, respectively. And special thanks to the Vice Chair of Hellenic Capital Market Commission, Mr. Nikos Kondaroudis, for his interest and his participation. My deepest thanks to Ms. Apostolidou for her comments, suggestions, and for being the connection point and helping us organize the events. Mr. Sparakis and Mr. Polizogopoulos, Ms. Georgiadou, Mr. Andreas Papagiannis, Mr. Nearchou, our project officer, Mr. Rapolas Drakavicius, and special thanks to Mr. Zilgavits, the head of unit, for accepting our invitation. Of course, the CFA Society. My deepest thanks also to Ms. Menia Hadzikou and Professor Nineta Polemi for sharing their experience and their network with me. Also Piraeus Asset Management and NBG Asset Management and Alpha Trust. My dearest friend and colleague, Professor Peter Schneider, for moderating the panel session. All the speakers one by one, all of you for attending, and last but not least, the rest of the local organizing committee, Kostas Minasian, Labrinis Arbala, and Nikos Delis. See you on March 12th. Thank you very much for attending. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much, Vinny.
Bye, Peter. Thanks again.